Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. 5 years ago, during the summer of 2020, I found myself planning an escape from the monotony of everyday life. The pandemic had forced most of us into isolation, and I was desperate for an adventure once travel restrictions began to ease. My longtime friends, Jack, David, and William, were equally eager to reconnect with nature after months of confinement. We settled on a 2-week expedition to the boundary waters that stretch between Minnesota and Canada, a vast labyrinth of interconnected lakes that represent the pinnacle of wilderness canoeing. At 28, I considered myself reasonably experienced in outdoor activities. I'd spent many weekends hiking various trails and had completed several shorter camping trips, but nothing quite as ambitious as what we were planning. The boundary waters aren't your typical camping destination. They comprise thousands of pristine lakes spanning over 1 million acres of remote wilderness. The area is so isolated that in many spots, you can paddle for days without encountering another human being. Our preparation was extensive. We purchased topographical maps, high-quality camping gear, fishing equipment, and emergency supplies. We invested in a satellite phone, an expense that seemed excessive at the time, but would later prove invaluable. The plan was straightforward yet flexible. We would canoe from lake to lake, fish for our meals, and immerse ourselves in the untamed beauty of one of North America's last true wildernesses. We arranged for a helicopter pickup service that would retrieve us whenever we decided our adventure had reached its conclusion. Remember, David said during our final planning session, we need to be prepared for anything. Weather changes rapidly up there, and help is hours, sometimes days away. None of us fully comprehended the weight of his words at the time. We were too excited about the prospect of disconnecting from society and reconnecting with each other. Our conversations were filled with anticipation about the fishing, the campfire stories, and the stargazing opportunities. We discussed potential routes, but ultimately decided against a rigid itinerary. The freedom to explore at our own pace was, after all, part of the appeal. The night before our departure, I found myself staring at the ceiling, unable to quiet my thoughts. There was excitement, certainly, but also an inexplicable uneasiness that I couldn't quite place. I dismissed it as pre-adventure jitters and forced myself to close my eyes, knowing that the journey ahead would demand my full energy and attention. We arrived at our entry point on a bright Monday morning. The outfitter who dropped us off gave us a final rundown of safety protocols and weather patterns before wishing us luck. As his truck disappeared down the dirt road, leaving behind only a cloud of dust, the four of us stood at the edge of the first lake, taking in the vastness that stretched before us. "This is it," Jack said, adjusting his backpack. "No turning back now." The first few days unfolded exactly as we had hoped. We established a comfortable routine: wake at dawn, break camp, paddle until midday, fish for lunch, continue to our next destination, set up camp, fish for dinner, and end the day with stories around a campfire. The lakes were as spectacular as promised. Crystal clear waters reflecting the endless blue sky, surrounded by dense forests of pine and birch. Occasionally we'd spot wildlife, a soaring eagle, a curious otter, or a moose wading in the shallows. By the 4th day, we had settled into the rhythm of wilderness living. The concerns of everyday life seemed increasingly distant, replaced by more immediate considerations: the weather, our food supply, the next campsite. We documented our journey in a shared journal, taking turns recording the day's events and observations. "I haven't felt this relaxed in years," William remarked one evening as we sat around the campfire, our bellies full of freshly caught walleye. "It's like the outside world doesn't exist anymore." I nodded in agreement, though something about his statement lingered in my mind. The isolation, while rejuvenating, also meant vulnerability. We were entirely dependent on ourselves and each other. If something went wrong, help would not be immediately available. The thought was fleeting, quickly chased away by the camaraderie and the simple pleasures of the moment. We stayed up late that night, watching the northern lights dance across the sky in brilliant shades of green and purple, a natural spectacle that seemed to validate our decision to venture this far from civilization. By the end of the first week, we had covered considerable distance, navigating through a series of smaller lakes connected by narrow channels. The weather had been remarkably cooperative, sunny days with mild temperatures and gentle breezes. That changed on our 8th day. We started the morning with plans to reach Lake Insula, one of the larger bodies of water in the area. The journey would involve several hours of paddling, but we had grown confident in our abilities and were eager to explore new territory. About an hour into our journey, while traversing a long, narrow lake, David noticed a change in the atmosphere. "Look at the horizon," he said, pointing northwest. Dark clouds were gathering in the distance, advancing rapidly in our direction. The wind, which had been a gentle companion, suddenly picked up, creating ripples across the previously calm water surface. "We need to find shelter," Jack urged. "Those clouds don't look friendly." We hastened our paddling, searching for a suitable landing spot along the shoreline. The waves were growing with each passing minute, and our canoes, sturdy as they were, weren't designed to handle rough waters. William pulled out his binoculars and confirmed our fears. "The waves ahead are at least 2 feet high and growing," he reported grimly. "We can't proceed." About 20 minutes later, we spotted a small clearing on the eastern shore. It wasn't ideal. The terrain was rocky and slightly elevated, but it offered better protection than continuing on the increasingly turbulent lake. With coordinated effort, we navigated our canoes toward the clearing. The landing was precarious. The waves pushed against our vessels, threatening to capsize them as we approached the shore. Through careful maneuvering and sheer determination, we managed to beach the canoes and quickly unload our essential gear. "Set up the tents first," I shouted over the howling wind. "We need shelter before everything gets soaked." Working together with practiced efficiency, we erected our tents in record time, securing them with extra stakes to withstand the impending storm. Just as we finished tying down the last tent, the rain began. Not a gentle drizzle, but a sudden downpour that seemed to transform day into night. We retreated into our tents, 2 to each, listening to the tempest rage outside. Thunder boomed overhead, followed by flashes of lightning that illuminated our shelters in brief, eerie bursts. The wind tested the resilience of our equipment, causing the tent fabric to flap violently. "Well, this is certainly an adventure now," David attempted to joke from the adjacent tent, his voice barely audible over the storm's fury. Inside my tent, Jack and I laid out our sleeping bags on the ground sheet, creating a barrier against the moisture that had started to seep through the floor despite the tent's waterproof claims. We arranged our packs to form makeshift pillows and settled in for what promised to be a long, uncomfortable night. "Do you think it'll pass by morning?" Jack asked, his usually confident voice tinged with concern. "Let's hope so," I replied, though the intensity of the storm suggested otherwise. "At least we're not out on the water." As night fell, the storm showed no signs of abating. The temperature dropped considerably, adding to our discomfort. We huddled in our sleeping bags, trying to conserve warmth. Sleep was practically impossible with the constant bombardment of noise. The rustling of tent fabric, the pounding of rain, the cracking of thunder, and occasionally, the unsettling sound of branches breaking in the surrounding forest. Throughout the night, I drifted in and out of consciousness, awoken repeatedly by particularly loud thunderclaps, or when the wind threatened to uproot our temporary shelter. In those moments of wakefulness, strange thoughts crept into my mind. I found myself wondering about other campers in the area, whether they had found adequate shelter or were battling the elements as we were. I thought about the vastness of the wilderness around us, how small and insignificant we were in comparison. Most disturbingly, I found myself contemplating what would happen if the storm didn't pass. If we were stranded here for days, our supplies dwindling, the satellite phone potentially damaged by water. When morning finally arrived, it brought with it a welcome reprieve. The rain had reduced to a light drizzle, and the wind had calmed considerably. Emerging from our tents, we surveyed the aftermath. Our campsite had weathered the storm relatively well, though everything was sodden. The surrounding area bore evidence of the night's fury: fallen branches, puddles of water, and debris scattered across the ground. "Well, that was something," William said, stretching his stiff limbs. "Everyone okay?" We nodded, relieved to have made it through without major incident. The lake, which had been so threatening the previous day, now appeared almost serene, though the water level had visibly risen. "Let's assess the damage and dry out what we can," I suggested. "Then we can decide on our next move." With the storm behind us and the sun gradually breaking through the clouds, our spirits lifted. We spent the morning drying our equipment and clothes, hanging them on nearby branches to catch the increasing sunlight. Despite the previous night's discomfort, the conversation was optimistic as we discussed our plans for the day. "I'm thinking we skip the long paddle for today," I said, laying out a map on a relatively dry patch of ground. "Let's fish this lake, get some fresh food, and maybe explore the immediate area on foot." The others agreed readily. None of us were particularly eager to get back on the water so soon after the storm. After a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal, one of the few food items that hadn't been affected by the rain, we gathered our fishing gear and set off along the shoreline. The forest was alive with post-storm activity. Birds called energetically to one another, small animals rustled through the underbrush, and water dripped from the canopy above, creating a continuous ambient soundtrack. We walked in companionable silence, taking in the sights and sounds, occasionally stopping to inspect interesting flora or fauna. "I wonder if the storm drove the fish deeper," Jack mused as we navigated around a fallen tree. "Might be harder to catch anything today." "Only one way to find out," David replied, patting his tackle box. We had been walking for approximately half a mile when William, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped. His posture stiffened, and he raised a hand to signal us to halt. "What is it?" I asked, moving to stand beside him. When I saw what had caught his attention, I felt a wave of unease wash over me. Ahead of us, partially obscured by the trees, was another campsite. Unlike our hastily established storm shelter, this one appeared to be a proper setup, or at least it had been. Now, it was in a state of complete disarray. Cautiously, we approached the site. The scene that greeted us was disturbing on multiple levels. Several tents lay collapsed and torn, their contents spilled across the ground. Personal belongings, clothing, backpacks, cooking utensils, were scattered haphazardly as if thrown in panic. A fire pit in the center of the clearing contained the cold, sodden remains of what must have been a decent-sized campfire. "What happened here?" Jack whispered, his voice tense. None of us had an answer. We moved through the site slowly, taking in the details with growing concern. The most striking aspect was the presence of almost all the camping essentials. Canoes secured on the shore, food supplies, though many containers were ripped open, clothing and gear. It appeared as though whoever had been camping here had left in extreme haste, abandoning valuable equipment in the process. "Look at this," David called from near one of the larger trees. He was pointing upward, where a food bag hung suspended from a high branch, at least 20 to 25 feet above the ground. The bag had been torn open, its contents now feeding the forest floor. "That's strange," I remarked, examining the setup. "They hoisted their food properly to keep it from bears, but how did it get torn open at that height?" William finished my thought. "No ordinary black bear could reach that, even if it climbed the tree." The implication hung in the air, unspoken but present in all our minds. If a bear hadn't done this, what had? We continued our investigation, the fishing trip completely forgotten. Among the scattered belongings, we found a weather-resistant journal, its pages damp but mostly legible. The entries detailed a trip similar to ours. 3 people, all male, planning to spend 10 days exploring the boundary waters. The final entry was dated just 2 days prior to our discovery. "Weather turning bad," I read aloud. "Securing camp for the night. Heard strange noises in the forest earlier. Rick thinks it's just wildlife, but Ben isn't convinced. I'm setting extra precautions tonight, just in case. The entry ended there, providing no clue as to what had transpired afterward, or why the campsite now lay in ruins. Should we call this in? Jack asked, gesturing to the satellite phone secured in a waterproof case on his belt. I think we should, I agreed. Something serious happened here, and whoever was camping might need help. David made the call using our satellite phone, connecting to the helicopter service we had contracted for our eventual extraction. The conversation was hampered by intermittent static, but he managed to convey the essential details: our location and the discovery of an abandoned campsite in disarray. They say they haven't received any distress calls or reports of missing hikers in this area, David informed us after ending the call. They're checking with local authorities to see if anyone's been reported missing, but for now, they're advising us to continue our trip as planned. The response felt inadequate given what we were looking at. 3 people had clearly left this campsite in a hurry, abandoning valuable equipment and possibly their only means of transportation, the canoes still secured to the shore. Their disappearance had apparently gone unreported, which suggested either they had managed to reach civilization by some other means, or no one yet realized they were missing. I don't like this, William said, voicing the sentiment we all shared. Something feels wrong. We spent the next hour methodically searching the campsite and its immediate surroundings for any clue that might explain what had happened. The ground, still soft from the previous night's rain, held numerous footprints, some clearly human, others less distinct. Several sets of human prints led from the tents toward the forest line, suggesting a hasty departure in that direction. These look like they were made in a hurry, Jack observed, crouching to examine the impressions. Look at the depth and spacing. Whoever made these was running. Running from what, though? I asked, scanning the tree line with newfound apprehension. We followed the footprints into the forest for about 50 yards, before they became indistinct on the harder ground beneath the canopy. The trail effectively went cold, leaving us with more questions than answers. Returning to the campsite, we debated our next course of action. The discovery had cast a shadow over our trip, introducing an element of unease that hadn't existed before. Even the forest around us, which had seemed so welcoming just hours earlier, now took on a more sinister aspect. We have 2 options, I said, trying to maintain a level head. We can pack up our camp and move to a different location, putting some distance between us and whatever happened here, or we can head back the way we came and cut the trip short. I vote we move, David said after a moment's consideration. I'm not ready to end the trip, but I don't want to stay near this place either. Jack and William nodded in agreement. None of us were willing to admit defeat, but the abandoned campsite had undeniably affected our sense of security. By mutual consensus, we decided to return to our temporary camp, gather our belongings, and paddle to a new location before nightfall. As we prepared to leave the abandoned site, I felt compelled to document it. Using the waterproof camera we had brought for the trip, I took several photographs of the scene: the torn tents, the scattered belongings, the hoisted food bag. Something told me these images might be important later, though for what purpose, I couldn't say. We left the site exactly as we had found it, in case the authorities needed to investigate. The walk back to our camp was notably different from our earlier trek. Where before we had moved with ease, enjoying the post-storm freshness, now we proceeded with caution, eyes constantly scanning the surrounding forest, ears attuned to every sound. The wilderness, once a source of joy and rejuvenation, had revealed its potential for mystery and danger. We returned to our campsite and immediately began breaking it down, working with efficient urgency born of our shared unease. The tents came down quickly, followed by the careful packing of our gear into waterproof bags. Within an hour, we were loading the canoes, eager to put distance between ourselves and the disturbing discovery we had made. "Where to?" Jack asked as we pushed off from the shore, the afternoon sun still high enough to give us several hours of paddling time. "Let's head east," I suggested, consulting the map. There's a smaller lake about 2 hours from here with several islands. We can set up camp on one of them." The logic behind my suggestion wasn't stated but understood by all. An island would provide greater visibility and security, with water serving as a natural barrier on all sides. The others nodded in agreement, and we set our course accordingly. The paddle was strenuous, partly due to the lingering effects of the storm on the water conditions, and partly because of our collective desire to reach our destination quickly. Conversation was minimal, each of us lost in our thoughts about what we had witnessed. Around mid-afternoon, we reached the channel that would lead us to the smaller lake. The passage was narrow, flanked by steep rock faces on both sides, creating a natural corridor through which water flowed at a slightly increased rate. Navigating it required concentration and coordination between the pairs in each canoe. As we emerged from the channel into the open water of the new lake, a sense of relief washed over me. The lake was, as I had hoped, smaller than the one we had left behind, but still substantial, with several tree-covered islands dotting its surface. We made for the largest of these, located roughly in the center of the lake. Upon reaching the island, we discovered it was an ideal campsite, elevated enough to provide good drainage, with a natural clearing surrounded by tall pines that would offer shelter from the wind. Most importantly, it offered clear visibility in all directions, a feature that now seemed more valuable than ever. We established our new camp with methodical precision, setting up the tents, organizing our gear, and preparing a central fire pit. By the time the sun began to set, we had created a semblance of normalcy and security. Yet beneath the routine actions, I could sense a new vigilance in all of us. David positioned his tent to face the water, providing a view of any approach. William arranged our canoes with unusual care, ensuring they could be quickly accessed if needed. Jack took inventory of our supplies, paying particular attention to our emergency equipment. As darkness fell, we gathered around the newly lit campfire, the flames casting long shadows across the clearing. The warmth and light provided some comfort, but the conversation inevitably returned to what we had discovered earlier that day. "What do you think happened to them?" William asked, poking at the fire with a stick. "Maybe they just got spooked by the storm and decided to hike out," Jack offered, though his tone suggested he didn't fully believe his own explanation. "And leave everything behind, including their canoes," David countered. "That doesn't make sense. The nearest road or settlement has to be at least 20 miles from here." I remained silent, considering the journal entry I had read. The mention of strange noises and extra precautions suggested that whatever had prompted their departure had been building before the storm hit. It wasn't a spontaneous decision driven by bad weather. "Could it have been a bear?" William suggested. "Maybe they heard one approaching and panicked." "Possible," I conceded, "but unlikely. Experienced campers would know that making noise usually scares bears away, and they wouldn't abandon their camp entirely. They'd wait it out somewhere nearby and return when it was safe." A heavy silence settled over us as we contemplated the implications. Something had frightened 3 experienced outdoorsmen enough to make them flee into the forest in the middle of the night, leaving behind essential equipment and their primary means of transportation. Whatever it was, it had been sufficient to override their training and instincts for wilderness survival. As the night deepened, our conversation dwindled, replaced by the sounds of the forest around us. The gentle lapping of water against the shore, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, the occasional call of a nocturnal bird. Under normal circumstances, these sounds would have been soothing, a natural lullaby against which to fall asleep. Now they served as a constant reminder of our isolation and vulnerability. We established a watch rotation for the night, something we hadn't deemed necessary earlier in our trip. 2 hours each, rotating through all 4 of us, ensuring that someone was always awake and alert. It was a precaution born of unease rather than any specific threat, but it provided a measure of comfort nonetheless. My watch came third in the rotation, from midnight to 2 a.m. When Jack woke me for my shift, I could see the weariness in his expression, not just from lack of sleep, but from the strain of heightened vigilance. "Anything?" I asked quietly, sitting up in my sleeping bag. He shook his head. Nothing unusual, just the usual forest sounds. I nodded, grateful for the uneventful report, and moved to take his place by the dying embers of the fire. Jack retreated to his tent, leaving me alone with the night. The first hour of my watch passed slowly. I maintained the fire at a low burn, providing just enough light to monitor the immediate surroundings without compromising my night vision. Every so often, I would walk the perimeter of our camp, scanning the water and the tree line for any sign of movement or disturbance. It was during one such patrol, approximately an hour into my watch, that I first noticed it, a faint sound coming from the mainland to the north of our island. Initially, I dismissed it as wind through the trees or an animal moving through the underbrush. But as I listened more intently, the sound became more distinct. It was rhythmic, almost mechanical in its consistency. Instinctively, I reached for the high-powered flashlight we kept for emergencies. Pointing it toward the source of the sound, I switched it on, the beam cutting through the darkness like a knife. For a brief moment, I thought I saw something in the tree line on the mainland. A flicker of movement, a disruption in the natural pattern of shadows. But when I focused the beam directly on that spot, there was nothing there. I remained frozen, flashlight trained on the tree line, straining to see or hear anything definitive. The rhythmic sound had stopped the moment I switched on the light. Now there was only silence, more complete and oppressive than before. After several minutes of watching and listening, I convinced myself that it had been nothing more than my imagination, heightened by the events of the day and the general atmosphere of unease. I returned to the fire, but the sense of being observed lingered, an itch at the back of my neck that refused to subside. When William emerged from his tent to relieve me at 2 a.m., I debated whether to mention what I had heard. In the end, I decided against it. Without concrete evidence, I would only be adding to the collective anxiety. Instead, I briefed him on the uneventful aspects of my watch and returned to my tent, hoping for a few hours of uninterrupted sleep. But sleep, when it came, was fitful and disturbed by fragmented dreams, running through endless forests, pursuing or being pursued by unseen entities, the sound of tearing fabric and splintering wood echoing through the dreamscape. I woke several times, momentarily disoriented before the reality of our situation came flooding back. Dawn arrived with a mist hanging over the lake, reducing visibility and adding to the general sense of isolation. We emerged from our tents one by one, bleary-eyed and subdued. The watches had taken their toll, disrupting our sleep patterns and leaving us fatigued. "Coffee first, then we talk," David declared, setting up the portable stove to boil water. We sat in a tight circle, cups of steaming instant coffee in hand, the warming beverage doing little to dispel the chill that had settled into our bones, a chill that had less to do with the morning temperature and more with our mental state. "Did anyone hear anything unusual during their watch?" William asked, breaking the silence. Jack and David shook their heads. I hesitated, then decided to share what I had experienced. "I heard something during my shift," I admitted, a rhythmic sound coming from the mainland to the north. When I shined the flashlight in that direction, it stopped, and I thought I saw movement in the tree line, but I couldn't be sure. The revelation was met with concerned glances. No one dismissed my account or suggested it was merely my imagination, which in itself was telling. We had all been affected by the discovery of the abandoned campsite. Our collective perception shifted toward hypervigilance. "I think we need to make a decision," I continued. "Do we continue the trip as planned, or do we call for an early extraction?" The question hung in the air, carrying the weight of our shared unease. We had invested significant time, money, and emotional energy in this adventure. Cutting it short felt like an admission of defeat, a capitulation to fear rather than a rational response to danger. Yet the evidence we had encountered, the abandoned camp, the inexplicable flight of its occupants, the strange sounds in the night, suggested that caution might be the wiser course. "I vote we call it," William said finally. "Whatever happened to those guys, I don't want it happening to us. We've had a good week out here. Let's not push our luck." Jack nodded in agreement. "As much as I hate to end early, I haven't felt right since we found that camp. I'm constantly on edge, expecting something to happen. That's not what this trip was supposed to be about. David was the last to weigh in. He had been the most enthusiastic about the expedition from the beginning, the one who had suggested the Boundary Waters as our destination. His reluctance to abandon the adventure was evident in his expression, but eventually, he too nodded. Safety first, he conceded. If we're all this unsettled, we're not going to enjoy the rest of the trip anyway. Let's call for extraction tomorrow morning. That gives us one more day out here, and we can use it to paddle closer to one of the designated pickup points. With the decision made, a subtle shift occurred in our collective mood. The pressure of uncertainty was replaced by the practicalities of planning our exit. We studied the maps, identifying the nearest extraction point where a helicopter could land safely. It was a clearing on the western shore of a larger lake, approximately a 6-hour paddle from our current position. If we leave after breakfast tomorrow, we should reach the extraction point by mid-afternoon, I calculated. Then we can set up camp and be ready for pickup the following morning. The plan was sound and provided a clear structure for our remaining time in the wilderness. Yet as we went about our day, fishing for our meals, maintaining the camp, preparing for the following day's journey, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. Every rustle in the underbrush, every call of a bird, every ripple on the water's surface seemed to carry a message, a warning that I couldn't quite decipher. That night, we again established a watch rotation. Though, with the decision to leave, the purpose was as much psychological as practical. Having someone awake and alert provided comfort to those trying to sleep, a human sentinel against the unknown. My shift came second this time, from 10 p.m. to midnight. Jack handed over the watch with a whispered, "All quiet," before retreating to his tent. I settled by the fire, adding a few small logs to maintain a steady flame. The night was clear, the mist of the morning having dissipated completely, leaving a canvas of stars overhead. For the first hour of my watch, the only sounds were those typical of a forest at night: the soft hooting of an owl, the distant splash of a fish jumping in the lake, the gentle creaking of tree branches in the light breeze. I had almost convinced myself that the previous night's experience had been a product of an overactive imagination when I heard it again. The rhythmic sound, clearer now than before, emanating from the same direction as the previous night. It was a repeated pattern, 3 rapid successions followed by a pause, then repeated. It reminded me of Morse code, though it followed no pattern I recognized. This time I didn't immediately reach for the flashlight. Instead, I moved quietly to wake David, whose tent was closest to my position. "Listen," I whispered when he was fully alert. He cocked his head, focusing on the sounds of the night. When the rhythmic pattern began again, his eyes widened slightly, confirming that it wasn't just in my head. "Wake the others," he whispered back, quietly. Within minutes, all 4 of us were awake and alert, listening intently to the mysterious sound. It continued at regular intervals, neither approaching nor receding, maintaining its position somewhere in the mainland forest. "What do you think it is?" William asked, his voice barely audible. "I don't know," I admitted, "but it's the same sound I heard last night, and it's coming from the same direction." "Could it be another camper?" Jack suggested. "Maybe sending a signal or using some kind of equipment." "At this hour? In this location?" David countered skeptically. "We haven't seen any signs of other campers for days, and this area is pretty remote." The discussion might have continued, if not for what happened next. The rhythmic sound suddenly ceased, replaced by a different noise, a sustained, low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath our feet. It was unlike anything I had ever heard before, neither animal nor machine, yet somehow reminiscent of both. We stood frozen, listening as the rumble persisted for several long seconds before gradually fading away. In its wake, an unnatural silence descended, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. "Call for extraction now," William said, his voice tight with suppressed fear. "I don't want to wait until morning." None of us argued. The satellite phone was retrieved from its waterproof case, and David made the call, explaining our change of plans and requesting the earliest possible pickup. There was a brief discussion about night extraction risks, But ultimately, the helicopter service agreed to dispatch a pilot at first light, approximately 5 hours from our call. "They're coming at dawn," David reported after ending the call. "We need to be ready to move to the extraction point as soon as there's enough light to navigate safely." The remainder of the night was spent in a state of tense readiness. We packed our essential gear, leaving only what we would need for a quick breakfast and the short journey to the extraction point. No one suggested returning to sleep. The prospect seemed absurd given the circumstances. The hours crawled by with excruciating slowness. We maintained a larger fire than usual, finding comfort in its light and warmth. The mysterious sounds did not return, but their absence provided little reassurance. If anything, the silence felt expectant, as if the forest was waiting for something to occur. The first hint of dawn appeared as a faint lightening of the eastern sky, a gradual transition from black to deep blue. We had been awake for hours, our nerves frayed by the night's events and the anticipation of departure. The moment there was sufficient light to navigate safely, we loaded our gear into the canoes and pushed off from the island's shore. The morning mist had returned, creating an ethereal landscape of half-seen shapes and muted sounds. We paddled in tight formation, each canoe within arm's reach of the other, taking comfort in our proximity. The extraction point was closer than we had initially planned, a small clearing on the eastern shore of our current lake, chosen for its accessibility and the relative flatness of the terrain. We reached it just as the sun was beginning to burn through the morning mist, casting long shadows across the water. The clearing was as described by the helicopter service, a natural opening in the forest with enough space for a small aircraft to land safely. We beached our canoes and unloaded our gear, setting up a temporary camp to await our rescue. The satellite phone buzzed with a message from the pilot confirming they were en route and approximately 30 minutes from our location. The news brought a palpable sense of relief, a confirmation that our ordeal was nearing its end. As we waited, we discussed what to do about the abandoned campsite we had discovered. The consensus was to report it to the park authorities once we returned to civilization, providing the photographs I had taken and our best estimate of its location. It seemed important somehow to ensure that someone looked into the fate of those 3 campers, even if our direct involvement was coming to an end. The sound of the approaching helicopter reached us before we could see it, a distant thudding that gradually increased in volume. Then, suddenly, it appeared through a gap in the tree canopy, a bright yellow machine that represented safety and a return to the world we knew. The pilot sat down in the clearing with practiced ease, the downdraft from the rotors creating a mini whirlwind of leaves and pine needles. After a brief exchange with the crew, we loaded our gear into the storage compartment and climbed aboard, securing ourselves in the seats provided. As the helicopter lifted off, I gazed down at the wilderness below, the vast network of lakes and forests that had been our home for the past week. From this vantage point, it looked peaceful, benign even. It was hard to reconcile the beauty with the sense of dread that had prompted our early departure. The journey back to civilization was largely silent, each of us lost in our thoughts about what we had experienced. The relief of rescue was tempered by a lingering unease, a sense that we were carrying something back with us from the wilderness, not a physical artifact, but a question that had no clear answer. Upon our return, we reported the abandoned campsite to the park authorities as planned. They took our statements and the photographs, promising to investigate. A week later, we received a follow-up call informing us that they had located the site based on our description, but there was no sign of the missing campers. A search of the surrounding area had yielded no results, and without a formal missing persons report, there was little more they could do. In the months that followed, I occasionally checked news sources for any reports of hikers or campers gone missing in the boundary waters. Nothing that matched our experience ever surfaced. It was as if those 3 men had simply vanished, leaving behind only the disrupted camp as evidence of their existence. The 4 of us, Jack, David, William, and I, remained friends, but we never again discussed a return to the boundary waters. Our subsequent outdoor adventures took us to different locations, ones with more human presence and less isolation. The unspoken agreement seemed to be that while we couldn't explain what had happened, we had no desire to risk encountering it again. To this day, 5 years later, I find myself thinking about that abandoned campsite and the events that followed. The rhythmic sounds in the night, the rumble that seemed to emanate from the earth itself, the oppressive silence that descended afterward, all elements of an experience that defies conventional explanation. I've considered various theories over the years. Perhaps it was indeed a bear attack, albeit one with unusual circumstances. Maybe the campers encountered hostile individuals in the wilderness, though the remoteness of the location makes this unlikely. Natural phenomena, sudden flooding, unexpected quicksand, or some geological event, might explain their disappearance, but not the state of the camp or the sounds we heard. In my darkest moments, usually when sleep proves elusive in the early hours of the morning, I contemplate more disturbing possibilities. What if there's something in those remote forests that remains unknown to modern science? Not a supernatural entity, I've never been inclined toward such beliefs, but perhaps an animal or natural phenomenon that has yet to be documented or understood. Whatever the truth, the experience left an indelible mark on me. I still enjoy outdoor activities, still find solace in nature's beauty, but always with a heightened awareness of its potential dangers. The boundary between wilderness and civilization, once so clear in my mind, now seems more permeable, more complex. Perhaps that's the most valuable lesson from our truncated adventure, a newfound respect for the unknowable aspects of the natural world, an acknowledgement that despite our maps, our GPS devices, our satellite phones, and our carefully crafted gear, there are still mysteries in the wild places of this earth. And sometimes, wisdom lies not in solving those mysteries, but in recognizing when to withdraw, when to acknowledge the limits of our understanding and control. The abandoned campsite remains, in my memory, a testament to this wisdom, a reminder that in the vast wilderness, it is we who are the visitors, the transient presence. The forest was there long before we arrived, and it will remain long after we depart, harboring its secrets with patient indifference to our fleeting curiosity and fear. The call from Javier came on a dreary Tuesday in September 2018. I hadn't heard his voice in nearly 7 years, not since we'd both moved away from Calgary to pursue different careers. Time and distance had eroded our once ironclad friendship into occasional social media interactions and promised reunions that never materialized. "Gregory," he said, his voice crackling through my aging phone speaker, "it's been too long. I'm back in Alberta for a month. Remember all those trails we used to conquer?" At 42, I had settled into a comfortable routine. My hiking boots, once worn daily, now collected dust in my garage alongside camping gear I hadn't touched in years. The muscles that had carried me up countless mountain trails had softened, hidden beneath the evidence of too many office lunches and too little movement. "Heart Mountain," I replied, memories flooding back. We always said we'd complete the entire horseshoe circuit. "That's exactly what I was thinking. What do you say? Next Saturday, for old time's sake?" I hesitated, mentally cataloging my deteriorated stamina, but nostalgia won. "I'm in." The week passed in a flurry of hasty preparations. I dug out my hiking gear, purchased new moisture-wicking socks, and even attempted a few preparatory walks around my neighborhood. By Friday night, anticipation had overwhelmed my initial reluctance. I packed and repacked my day pack, checking weather forecasts obsessively. Saturday morning arrived crisp and clear. I met Javier at the trailhead parking lot just after 7 a.m., the September air carrying the first hints of autumn's approach. He looked older, gray speckled his once jet-black hair, and crow's feet framed his eyes, but his smile remained unchanged. "Ready for this?" he asked, shouldering his pack with practiced ease. I nodded, though doubt lingered. The mountain before us seemed more imposing than I remembered, its jagged profile cutting against the cloudless sky with threatening precision. As ready as I'll ever be. The first hour passed pleasantly enough. We fell into our old rhythm, Javier taking point while I followed slightly behind, our conversation flowing easily between shared memories and updates on our divergent lives. The trail began gently, winding through sparse woodland before the serious climb began. "My doctor says I need to watch my blood pressure," Javier confessed as we paused for water. 45 isn't what it used to be." I laughed, grateful for the break. "Tell me about it. Remember when we'd race to summit points? I'd need helicopter evacuation if I tried that now." Around the 2-hour mark, we encountered our first fellow hikers, a young couple in their 20s, equipped with technical climbing gear that made our day packs look amateur. They moved with enviable ease, the woman's long braids swinging rhythmically as she navigated difficult terrain. "Morning," the man called, his expression friendly beneath a blue helmet. "Beautiful day for it." His companion smiled, adjusting her harness. "You guys heading for the full horseshoe?" "That's the plan," Javier replied, though I noted the slight wheeze in his voice that suggested otherwise. "Us too," she said. "We're going to free climb some of the sections on the north face. Should be epic." They continued upward, their bodies moving with practiced precision, while Javier and I exchanged knowing glances. We watched them ascend, their colorful gear, her red helmet and his blue one, visible for several minutes against the gray limestone. "Remember when that was us?" I asked. Javier wiped sweat from his forehead. "Were we ever that good? In our minds, maybe." We continued our ascent, but each step grew increasingly laborious. What my topographic map described as moderate incline felt vertical to my burning quadriceps. By the time we reached the first significant viewpoint, my shirt clung to my back, soaked through with sweat. "I think," Javier managed between heavy breaths, "we may have overestimated ourselves." I nodded, staring at the path ahead. A challenging scramble up loose scree followed by an exposed ridge walk. The full horseshoe circuit stretched beyond that, intimidating in its scale and technical requirements. "Maybe we should reevaluate," I suggested, trying to mask my relief when Javier nodded. "There's that secondary trail," Javier said, consulting his map. "The one that follows the western slope. Still good views, but less technical." Our pride wounded, but our sense of self-preservation intact, we adjusted our route. The alternative path descended slightly before contouring around rather than over several difficult features. As we navigated this gentler trail, we passed several hiking groups, families with children, elderly couples moving with cautious determination, and solo hikers lost in their own thoughts. "Good choice," a passing hiker in his 60s commented with knowing wisdom. "The full circuit is brutal these days. Took me 3 attempts last summer." His validation eased our disappointment somewhat, though I still felt the sting of concession. We had once been avid mountaineers, tackling challenges that now seemed impossible. Accepting physical limitations felt like surrendering to time itself. Around 11 a.m., we stopped to admire a particularly spectacular vista. The valley stretched below us, the river a silver ribbon winding through verdant forest. Above us, we could occasionally glimpse other hikers on the main trail, tiny figures moving along exposed ridgelines. "I think I see our climbing friends," Javier said, pointing to a distant section where the red and blue helmets stood out against the rock face. I watched through binoculars as they expertly navigated a challenging section, their movements purposeful and efficient. "They're making good time." We continued along our less ambitious route, eventually reaching a pleasant plateau beside a small seasonal stream. The water bubbled cheerfully over smooth stones, the sound creating a peaceful backdrop for our much-needed rest. "Perfect lunch spot," Javier declared, unslinging his pack and retrieving a carefully wrapped sandwich. I agreed, settling onto a flat boulder and stretching my aching legs. The sun had reached its zenith, bathing the landscape in bright midday light that highlighted every crevice and contour of the surrounding terrain. Despite the altered route, contentment washed over me. Perhaps we weren't conquering the mountain as planned, but we were here, reconnecting with both nature and each other. Our lunch lasted longer than intended. We reminisced about previous adventures, sharing stories that grew more exaggerated with each telling. I found myself relaxing fully for the first time in months, the mountain air clearing work stress from my mind like wind dispersing fog. "What's that?" Javier asked suddenly, tilting his head. "Did you hear something?" I listened, but detected only the gentle rustle of wind through sparse vegetation and the consistent murmur of the stream. "Just the water." He frowned, his expression troubled. "Thought I heard something else, like I don't know. Never mind." We packed our garbage meticulously, a habit ingrained from years of wilderness ethics, and prepared to continue. As I secured my pack, I noticed Javier staring intently toward the higher trail. "Everything okay?" He shook his head slowly. "Just a weird feeling. Probably nothing." I understood. Mountains inspired contradictory emotions, awe and insignificance, freedom and vulnerability. Every experienced hiker developed a certain intuition, a sensitivity to subtle shifts in environment or atmosphere that might signal changing weather or potential hazards. "We should start heading back," I suggested, checking my watch. "Don't want to lose daylight." Javier nodded, his previous cheerfulness dimmed by whatever thoughts had captured his attention. We rejoined our chosen path, now beginning its gradual descent toward the valley floor. The trail followed the stream for a while before diverging eastward. "Look at that," I said, pointing to a vibrant cluster of alpine wildflowers clinging improbably to a rocky outcrop. "Amazing what survives up here." But Javier remained distracted, his responses becoming increasingly monosyllabic. Twice he stopped abruptly, staring back up toward the higher trail, though nothing was visible from our position. His unease gradually infected my own mood, replacing contentment with inexplicable anxiety. "Seriously, what's wrong?" I finally asked. "I can't explain it," he replied. "Something doesn't feel right." I was about to dismiss his concern when a distant sound caught my attention. Not a scream or shout, but something less definable. A rumble, a shifting of stones. Whatever it was dissipated quickly, leaving me uncertain whether I'd actually heard anything at all. The rest of our descent proceeded in tense silence, both of us scanning the landscape with heightened vigilance. The path eventually reunited with the stream we'd lunched beside, now wider and deeper as it gathered volume from various mountain tributaries. I spotted it first, a splash of unnatural color amid the natural browns and grays of the streambed. Something man-made, out of place in this wilderness setting. "What's that?" I asked, pointing toward the object. Javier squinted. "Looks like a shoe?" We approached cautiously. The item sat partially submerged in shallow water. A climbing shoe, its distinctive rubber sole and tight lacing system unmistakable. The brand's logo remained visible on the heel. "Someone's having a rough day," I remarked, reaching to retrieve it. The shoe was surprisingly heavy, waterlogged but relatively new. "Must have lost it recently." I turned to show Javier, but his attention had fixed downstream. His face had drained of color, lips parted slightly in an expression of pure horror. For a moment I thought he might be having the heart attack he'd joked about earlier. "Javier? What's—" He didn't respond, just pointed with a trembling finger. I followed his gesture, scrambling over several boulders to gain a better vantage point. What I saw next demolished any sense of peace the day had offered. Approximately 30 meters downstream, partially obscured by a bend in the creek, lay two human forms. Even from this distance, their unnatural positioning revealed the truth my mind recoiled from processing. Their bodies rested in the shallow water, limbs arranged in positions human anatomy simply doesn't permit. One figure lay face down, climbing helmet still secured though cracked completely through. The second lay partially across the first, neck bent at an impossible angle, eyes open and staring at the indifferent sky. Most haunting were the colors, a red helmet and a blue one. The young couple we'd seen earlier, their enthusiasm and vitality now extinguished. "Oh God," I whispered, my lunch threatening to reappear. "Oh God, no." Javier hadn't moved, frozen in place like the boulders surrounding us. "We just saw them," he said, voice barely audible. "They were just—" Reality crashed over me in horrifying clarity. These vibrant people we'd spoken with hours earlier had somehow fallen, their expertise and equipment insufficient protection against whatever had occurred. They remained secured to each other by climbing rope, suggesting they'd been roped together during their accident. My mind calculated the timing with nauseating precision. They must have fallen while we ate lunch, perhaps even as Javier had heard that unidentifiable sound. While we'd shared stories and savored our food, these two had experienced their final, terrifying moments mere hundreds of meters away. "Why didn't they scream?" I asked, the question escaping before I could contain it. Javier shook his head, unable to answer. The silence following our discovery stretched painfully, neither of us knowing how to proceed. Training and wilderness first aid courses dictated checking for signs of life, but the catastrophic injuries visible even from our position eliminated any hope of survival. "We need to," I began, but couldn't finish the sentence. What exactly did one do in such circumstances? The decision was temporarily postponed by the sound of voices approaching from behind. Cheerful, ordinary conversation that seemed obscene against our grim discovery. A family rounded the bend, parents in their 30s leading two children, perhaps 8 and 10 years old, all dressed in matching outdoor gear and carrying small backpacks. "They can't see this," Javier whispered urgently. "The kids." I nodded and moved quickly, intercepting the family before they could proceed further. My smile felt grotesque, plastered across my face like a Halloween mask. "Hello there," I called with forced cheerfulness. "Beautiful day, isn't it?" The father nodded pleasantly while the children eyed me with curiosity. "Certainly is. You folks heading back down?" "Actually," I said, lowering my voice, "could I speak with you privately for a moment?" I glanced meaningfully at the children, hoping he would understand. Confusion crossed his features before comprehension dawned. "Kids, why don't you and Mom check out those cool rocks over there? I'll be right back." His wife gave me a questioning look but complied, leading the children toward a small outcropping several meters away. The father approached me cautiously. "Is everything okay?" I kept my voice low. "There's been an accident. 2 climbers downstream. They didn't make it. It's not something your children should see." Horror registered immediately. "Are you certain they're—" "Yes," I replied grimly. "It's bad. Very bad." He ran a hand through his hair, processing. "There's a ranger station about 2 kilometers back down the trail. I'll head there immediately. Can you and your friend—" "We'll stay with them," Javier interjected, having approached silently during our conversation. "Make sure no one else stumbles onto the scene." The father nodded gratefully. "I'll run the whole way. Thank you for stopping us." He rejoined his family, explaining some sanitized version of events that prompted them to turn back quickly. The curious glances from his wife and children lingered until they disappeared around the bend, their previously carefree day now overshadowed by proximity to tragedy. "You think he'll make it to the ranger station quickly?" I asked. Javier checked his watch. "Even at a fast walk, 20 to 30 minutes. If he runs some sections, maybe 15. Those 15 minutes stretched interminably. We positioned ourselves as unofficial sentries, warning away the few hikers who approached while avoiding explicit details. Most accepted our vague explanation of trail hazard ahead, without question, but one insistent man required Javier physically blocking his path before reluctantly turning back. The ranger arrived with impressive speed, the sound of his ATV engine breaking the weighted silence approximately 18 minutes after the family's departure. He was younger than I expected, perhaps 30, but moved with professional efficiency. "Where are they?" he asked without preamble, medical kit in hand, though we had made clear there would be no survivors. We guided him to the site, maintaining a respectful distance as he documented the scene with photographs and spoke quietly into his radio. Words like retrieval team, accident investigation, and next of kin drifted to us on the gentle breeze. After several minutes, he approached us. "I need your contact information. You'll need to provide statements, but that can wait until tomorrow." We supplied our details mechanically, the administrative requirements feeling surreally mundane against the backdrop of death. "Did you witness the accident?" the ranger asked. "No," I replied. "We spoke with them earlier this morning, up on the main trail. They mentioned planning to free climb sections of the north face. We found them maybe 20 minutes before the father went for help," Javier added. The ranger nodded, making notes. You can head back down now. A recovery team will be here shortly. They'll need space to work. Permission granted, we gathered our packs with numbed movements. As we prepared to leave, I found myself unable to resist a final glance at the bodies, at the people they had been just hours earlier. The woman's long braid now floated gently in the current, undone from its tight plait. The man's outstretched hand seemed to reach for something just beyond grasp. There's nothing more we could have done, the ranger said, misinterpreting my hesitation. From their injuries, death would have been instantaneous. I nodded, unsure whether this information provided comfort or deepened the horror. Instantaneous death meant no suffering, but also no chance for intervention, no possibility that different circumstances might have changed the outcome. We began our descent in silence, each lost in private thoughts. The trail that had seemed so inviting that morning now felt sinister, each step carrying us farther from the scene, but not from the memory. Do you think they knew? Javier asked suddenly, breaking our extended silence. Right before it happened. Do you think they knew they were going to die? I considered the question, remembering the confidence in their movements, the expertise evident in their equipment and approach. I don't know. Maybe there was a moment of recognition, or maybe it happened too quickly. I keep thinking about what they might have felt, he continued, that transition from being alive to not. I understood his fixation. The abruptness of their end, vibrant and ambitious one moment, motionless the next, highlighted the fragility of our own existence with uncomfortable clarity. Neither of us slept well that night. I provided my official statement the following morning, recounting the events with detached precision while avoiding the emotional details that truly defined the experience. The detective noted my information dispassionately, explaining that preliminary investigation suggested equipment failure rather than human error, though the investigation remained ongoing. Days passed, then weeks. The incident appeared briefly in local news. 2 experienced climbers die in mountain accident, with minimal details and standard safety warnings. Their names were printed: William Robertson, 26, and Amelia Novak, 24. Graduate students at the university, engaged to be married the following summer. I found myself dwelling on peripheral details. Had they been saving for their wedding? Did they share an apartment with traces of both their lives intertwined? Who had the unbearable task of emptying their refrigerator, canceling their plans, notifying their friends? Javier and I spoke frequently in the aftermath, our renewed connection forged stronger through shared trauma. We dissected the experience repeatedly, searching for meaning or lessons that remained stubbornly elusive. I can't stop wondering if we could have saved them somehow, I admitted during one late-night phone call, nearly 2 months after the incident. If we'd chosen the main trail instead, might we have seen them in trouble, warned them about something? That thinking leads nowhere good, Javier responded firmly. We made the choices we made, so did they. The mountain doesn't care about any of it. He was right, of course. Mountains exist beyond human morality or narrative. They neither punish nor reward. They simply are. Our desperate search for meaning reflected our own need for order, rather than any inherent purpose to the tragedy. Hiking ceased completely for both of us. My boots returned to their dusty corner. My pack remained unpacked. The thought of returning to any trail, let alone Heart Mountain, triggered vivid flashbacks. The unnatural angles of broken bodies, the contrast of bright helmets against gray stone, the gentle movement of water around unresponsive forms. It wasn't until April 2023, nearly 5 years later, that Javier called with another invitation. Different mountain, he clarified quickly. Gentle trail, just a day hike. I hesitated, uncertain whether enough time had passed. I don't know if I'm ready. We don't have to decide now, he said. Just think about it. 2 weeks later, we met at a trailhead 3 hours from Heart Mountain. The path was indeed gentle, populated with families and casual hikers rather than technical climbers. We moved cautiously, our packs deliberately light, our expectations minimal. Halfway up, we paused beside a small stream, nothing like the one from our memories. Sunlight dappled through overhead foliage, creating shifting patterns on clear water. I still think about them, I admitted. William and Amelia. Sometimes I dream about them. Javier nodded. Me too. I looked them up online once. They were researching climate change impacts on alpine ecosystems. Published papers together. This new information, these lives extending beyond their deaths, somehow eased something within me. They were more than the broken bodies we had found. They had existed fully before that moment, contributing to knowledge that outlived them. We continued upward, our pace deliberately measured. The summit offered modest views, nothing spectacular, nothing dangerous. We stayed briefly before beginning our descent, reaching the parking lot with daylight to spare. It wasn't so bad, Javier said as we loaded our minimal gear. Different, but not bad. I agreed, though the experience felt muted compared to our previous adventures. Perhaps that subdued quality was appropriate, a respectful acknowledgement that while we continued, others did not have that privilege. As I drove home that evening, I found myself contemplating mortality with unexpected calmness. The horror of what we'd witnessed would never completely fade, but its sharp edges had softened enough to accommodate life's continuation. William and Amelia had died doing what they loved, fully engaged with the world, rather than insulated from its risks. The mountains would remain long after all of us. They would claim more lives and inspire countless others. Their indifference contained neither cruelty nor comfort, only the stark reminder that each moment exists to be lived fully, with both respect for danger and appreciation for beauty. I never returned to Heart Mountain. Some memories create boundaries that needn't be crossed again. But I did return to hiking, carrying with me both caution and gratitude. Twin lessons from that September day when two strangers unwittingly taught me about life through their deaths. The wilderness doesn't care about your experience. Doesn't matter if you've spent 10 years or 10 minutes searching these woods. Mother Nature treats everyone with the same cold indifference. I've pulled bodies from ravines, rescued hikers with shattered legs, and tracked down confused dementia patients who wandered too far from their cabins. But nothing in my career prepared me for what happened that summer. My name is Ethan Crowley. In 2006, I was a senior search and rescue officer for Snohomish County, Washington, with nearly a decade of experience under my belt. The densely forested mountains of the Pacific Northwest had become a second home to me. I knew their trails, their moods, their dangers. July 15th began like any other summer Saturday. Early sunrise, clear skies, and the inevitable stream of weekend warriors heading into our wilderness areas. The morning briefing covered standard protocol, heat-related concerns, increased bear activity near Granite Falls, and a reminder to document all radio communications properly. Nothing suggested it would become the day that would forever divide my life into before and after. I remember checking my equipment while bantering with Sam Hawkins, my partner of 6 years. Sam was the perfect complement to my methodical approach. He had keen instincts and a dry sense of humor that kept morale up during difficult operations. "Weather report says we're hitting 92 today," Sam said, adjusting his pack straps. "Bet you $20 we get at least 3 calls for heat exhaustion before noon." "No bet," I replied. Already had one at the Heather Lake trailhead. College kids with half a bottle of water between them. The call came in at 2:17 p.m. A couple, David and Rebecca Thompson, both experienced hikers in their early 30s, had set out for Mount Pilchuck at dawn. Their friends, waiting at the designated campground, reported them overdue by several hours. With no response to texts or calls, they'd finally contacted authorities. "Probably just lost track of time," Sam offered as we loaded our gear into the truck. "People always underestimate those trails." "Maybe," I said, but something felt off. The Thompsons weren't novices making rookie mistakes. They had logged hundreds of trail miles together and were meticulous planners, according to their friends. We reached the Mount Pilchuck trailhead by 3 p.m. The parking area, normally packed on a summer weekend, was oddly sparse. Just 3 vehicles, including the Thompsons' blue Subaru. The air felt unusually still, the typical forest sounds muted. Even the ranger station was empty, with a handwritten note taped to the door about a staff meeting. "Where is everybody?" Sam asked, voicing my unspoken concern. I keyed my radio. "Base, this is Crowley. We're at Pilchuck Trailhead. Any advisories or closures we should know about?" The response came through with static interference. "Negative, Crowley. Trail is open. No reported incidents." Sam and I exchanged glances. Something wasn't adding up. "Let's move quickly," I said, double-checking my GPS. "If we maintain a good pace, we can reach their last known location before dusk." The trail stretched before us, winding through ancient conifers that blocked much of the afternoon sun. Normally, we'd pass dozens of hikers on a day like this, but we encountered no one. The silence grew heavier with each step, broken only by our boots on the path and the occasional distant call of a bird. An hour into our ascent, Sam stopped abruptly. "Listen," he whispered. I paused, straining to hear. Nothing. Not a rustle, not a chirp. "Exactly," he said. "When's the last time you heard absolute silence in these woods?" The hair on my arm stood up despite the heat. In 10 years of wilderness work, I'd never experienced such an unnatural quiet. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. We pressed on, our pace quickening as the shadows lengthened. According to their friends, the Thompsons had planned to camp near the summit lake, an ambitious but achievable day hike for experienced trekkers. As we climbed higher, the trail narrowed, hugging the mountainside. At a switchback overlooking the valley, Sam pointed to a disturbed area just off the path. "Boot prints," he noted, kneeling to examine them. 2 sets, heading off trail. I frowned. The Thompsons were environmentally conscious. Their friends had emphasized this point. Going off trail wasn't their style. "Maybe they saw something?" I suggested. "Wildlife, perhaps?" Sam traced the direction of the prints with his finger. "They head straight into that thicket. No one chases wildlife into dense brush like that." We followed the tracks for about 50 yards before they disappeared into a rocky clearing. A strange pattern of flattened vegetation formed what looked almost like a perfect circle, approximately 12 feet in diameter. "What would cause this?" I asked, more to myself than to Sam. He shook his head slowly. "Not natural, whatever it is." The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows through the trees. We needed to find the Thompsons' campsite before nightfall. "Mark it on GPS," I said. "We'll come back if needed." As we resumed our climb, I couldn't shake the sense of being watched. I've spent enough time in predator country to recognize the feeling of eyes tracking movement. But this was different. Colder, more calculated. I caught myself repeatedly glancing over my shoulder, seeing nothing but shadows between trees. Just before 7 p.m., with the light fading, we crested a ridge and spotted a small clearing ahead. "There," Sam pointed. A blue tent was pitched near a fire ring, exactly where the Thompsons had planned to camp. We approached cautiously, calling out their names. No response. The campsite appeared frozen in time, a half-eaten breakfast still on plates, coffee mugs full of now cold liquid, sleeping bags neatly arranged inside the open tent. Their backpacks rested against a log, and most telling of all, both their phones sat on top of a trail map spread out on a flat rock. "Who leaves their phones?" Sam muttered, picking one up. The screen showed several missed calls and text notifications. I examined the perimeter of the camp, looking for any sign of which direction they might have gone. Nothing indicated a hasty departure or struggle. No overturned items, no scattered belongings, no blood or signs of animal intrusion. "It's like they just vanished mid-breakfast," I said, a chill running through me despite the lingering heat of the day. As darkness settled over the mountain, we made the decision that would haunt me for the rest of my life. "We should split up," Sam suggested. "Cover more ground before we lose the light completely." I nodded, though something in me screamed against it. 1 hour. Then we meet back here, whether we find anything or not. Sam headed west, following a faint game trail. I took the eastern path, which curved around the lake and deeper into the forest. The sun had nearly set now, the forest floor dimming to gray. I clicked on my flashlight, its beam cutting through the growing darkness. As I moved away from the camp, That unnatural silence returned, so complete I could hear my own heartbeat. The trees seemed to close in around me, their twisted shapes transforming into watchful sentinels. 1 hour, I reminded myself. Just 1 hour, and then we regroup. I couldn't have possibly known that within that hour, everything I understood about our world would be irreparably shattered, and that I would never see Sam Hawkins alive again. The eastern trail curved around the small alpine lake, occasionally offering glimpses of dark water reflecting the last purple light of dusk. I marked my path methodically, calling out the Thompsons' names every 100 yards or so. Each shout seemed swallowed by the unnaturally thick silence, returning nothing but the faintest echo. 20 minutes into my search, I found the first anomaly, a single hiking boot, women's size 7, lying on its side just off the trail. I recognized the brand as expensive, the type serious hikers invested in. Kneeling beside it, I noted no damage, no signs of animal interference. It appeared as if someone had simply stepped out of it and continued walking. I keyed my radio. "Sam, I've found a boot, women's, possibly Rebecca's." Static hissed back at me for several seconds before Sam's voice broke through, distorted and faint. "Any signs of struggle?" "Negative, it's just sitting here like it was placed." "Roger, keep, I'm checking a..." His transmission cut out completely. I tried again. Sam, do you copy?" Nothing but static. Unease crept up my spine as I photographed the boot's position and bagged it as evidence. The trail ahead disappeared into thick underbrush, but I could make out what looked like flattened vegetation. Someone had definitely gone this way. Following the disturbed path, I emerged into a small clearing, surrounded by ancient cedars. The ground here displayed the same circular pattern we'd seen earlier, flattened in a perfect ring approximately 12 feet in diameter. In the center lay a single earring, a silver feather design. I approached slowly, scanning for footprints or other evidence. The perimeter of the circle seemed unnaturally precise, as if drawn with a compass. As I stepped across the boundary, a wave of dizziness washed over me. The air felt suddenly thick, the temperature dropping several degrees. My flashlight flickered, then stabilized. I knelt to examine the earring, careful not to disturb its position. A standard silver piece, nothing unusual except for its location in this perfect circle of flattened vegetation. As I photographed it, my flashlight caught something else, a thin, clear substance stretched between two blades of grass. At first glance, I thought it was spider silk, but it had an unusual iridescent quality. I leaned closer, and to my shock, the strand seemed to pulse with a faint bluish light. I reached out cautiously with my pen, touching the filament. It adhered to the metal tip, stretching rather than breaking. When I pulled back, it finally snapped with surprising resistance, leaving a droplet of viscous fluid that glowed faintly in the beam of my flashlight. My radio crackled suddenly, making me jump. "Ethan?" Sam's voice came through, but something was wrong. His usually confident tone sounded strained, almost fearful. "I found something. West Ridge, half-mile from camp. You need see this." "Sam, you're breaking up. What did you find?" "Not what, who, I think Thompson's, but something's wrong with..." The transmission dissolved into static again. I checked my watch. 45 minutes had passed. We were due back at the campsite soon. "Sam, I'm heading back to camp. Meet you there in 15. No response. I took one last look at the circle, fighting a growing sense of dread. Whatever had happened here defied logical explanation. In almost a decade of search and rescue work, I'd never encountered anything like this. The return journey to the campsite seemed to take longer, the forest growing increasingly disorienting in the full darkness. Twice I thought I heard footsteps paralleling my path, but when I stopped to listen, the sound ceased immediately. At one point, I distinctly felt something brush against my back. I spun around, flashlight beam slicing through the darkness, but nothing was there. Just trees and undergrowth, completely still in the windless night. When I finally reached the campsite, Sam wasn't there. His pack remained where he'd left it, and his water bottle stood upright on the log near the fire pit. "Sam," I called out, my voice sounding small in the vast silence. I checked my watch. He was 15 minutes late now. Not alarming under normal circumstances, but nothing about this situation felt normal. I tried the radio again. "Sam, do you copy? I'm at the campsite." The response wasn't Sam's voice, but a series of clicks, and what sounded like whispered words too faint to decipher. 30 minutes passed. I built a small fire, more for comfort than warmth, and continued attempting radio contact. With each passing minute, my concern deepened. At the 1-hour mark, I made the decision to search for him. Protocol dictated waiting at the rendezvous point, but protocol assumed normal circumstances. There was nothing normal about this situation. I gathered essential gear, leaving unnecessary weight behind, and headed west, following Sam's original route. The game trail he'd taken was narrow but distinct, winding through dense underbrush and occasionally disappearing beneath fallen logs. About a quarter-mile from camp, I found Sam's radio lying on the ground. The back panel was open, batteries missing. I examined it carefully, no damage, no signs of being dropped or thrown. It appeared to have been deliberately placed, the battery compartment methodically emptied. "Sam!" I shouted, my voice echoing through the trees. "Sam!" Only silence answered. I continued forward, moving as quickly as the difficult terrain allowed. The trail climbed steeply now, switchbacking up the western ridge. My flashlight beam caught occasional boot prints in the softer soil, confirming I was on Sam's path. Halfway up the ridge, I found the first piece of torn fabric, a strip of the dark blue shirt Sam had been wearing, caught on a thorn bush. I examined it under my light. The edges were frayed but not cut, as if it had been torn away with considerable force. The trail ahead showed signs of disturbance, broken branches, scuffed soil, indications of someone moving quickly or being dragged. I followed the signs, my heartbeat thundering in my ears. At the ridge crest, the trail opened into another clearing. My flashlight beam swept across the ground, catching a reflection of something metallic. Sam's watch, the crystal face shattered. And then, just beyond, illuminated in my flashlight's beam, was a set of strange markings in the soil. Not footprints, but long, parallel grooves approximately 4 inches apart, as if something with multiple appendages had moved through the area. The grooves led to the northern edge of the clearing, disappearing into thick undergrowth. As I approached, I noticed an unusual odor, acrid and chemical, reminiscent of ozone after a lightning strike. I pushed through the dense brush, following the markings. The smell grew stronger, almost overwhelming. 20 yards in, the undergrowth opened to reveal another circular clearing, and in its center lay Sam Hawkins. He was face down, arms extended outward. I rushed to him, calling his name. When I rolled him over, I recoiled in horror. Sam's eyes were open, fixed in an expression of pure terror. His skin had taken on a grayish pallor, and dark veins stood out prominently across his face and neck. There were no obvious wounds, no blood, just a series of strange geometric bruises forming perfect hexagons across his chest and throat. I checked for a pulse, though I already knew what I would find. Sam was gone. My training kicked in despite my shock. I began to document the scene, taking photos and notes mechanically while my mind struggled to process what I was seeing. The circular clearing, the strange markings leading to Sam's body, the hexagonal bruises that defied medical explanation, none of it made sense. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest around me seemed to press closer, the darkness between trees deepening. Twice I caught movement at the periphery of my vision, but when I turned to look, nothing was there. I keyed my radio to contact base, but received only that same strange static, punctuated by faint clicking sounds. Cell service was non-existent this deep in the wilderness. I had to make a decision: stay with Sam's body until daylight, or return to the campsite to try for better radio contact. Standard procedure would be to remain with the deceased, but every instinct screamed at me to move. The decision was made for me when I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound coming from the dense forest beyond the clearing. Not quite footsteps, more like something heavy dragging itself forward with methodical determination. I shut off my flashlight instinctively, crouching low beside Sam's body. The sound continued, growing closer. Through gaps in the vegetation, I caught glimpses of movement, something tall and pale, moving with an unnatural gait between the trees. My breath caught in my throat. Whatever was approaching wasn't human. The shape was wrong, too tall, too thin, its proportions distorted like a reflection in warped glass. I remained frozen, fear overwhelming training and logic. The pale figure paused at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the range of clear visibility. It seemed to be searching, head moving in jerky, bird-like motions. For an excruciating minute, it remained there, unmoving. Then, slowly, it retreated back into the forest, the strange dragging sound fading gradually into silence. I waited 5 minutes that felt like hours before daring to turn my flashlight back on. Sam's body lay unchanged, his vacant eyes still fixed in that expression of ultimate terror. "I'm sorry," I whispered, knowing I couldn't stay. Something was hunting in these woods, something that had already claimed at least one life. I marked the location precisely on my GPS and took one final photograph. Then, fighting every professional instinct, I left my partner behind and began making my way back to the campsite, moving as quickly and quietly as possible through the dark forest. The weight of what I'd witnessed pressed down like a physical burden. Sam was dead. The Thompsons were missing. And something inhuman was moving through these woods with predatory intent. As I retraced my steps down the ridge, one thought kept circling through my mind. What had Sam seen before he died? What horror had fixed that expression of pure terror on his face in his final moments? I was afraid I might soon find out. The journey back to the campsite was a nightmare gauntlet of shadows and sounds. Every rustling branch became a potential threat, every shifting shadow a predator closing in. I maintained a grueling pace, moving as silently as my trembling legs would allow. The forest, once a familiar workplace, had transformed into an alien landscape filled with malevolent intent. My flashlight beam caught occasional flashes of reflection from the undergrowth, points of light that didn't belong, appearing and disappearing too quickly to identify. Twice I heard that distinctive dragging sound paralleling my path, always maintaining distance, neither approaching nor retreating. When the campsite finally came into view, I nearly collapsed with relief. Everything remained as I'd left it, the Thompsons' tent still standing, their belongings undisturbed. I immediately tried the radio again, desperate to reach base camp. "This is Crowley, emergency. Officer down. Repeat, officer down. Request immediate backup and medical examiner. Over." Through the static came a faint voice, barely audible. "Location. Repeat. Coordinates." I provided our position, emphasizing the urgency, then repeated Sam's location. The response was mostly static, but I caught enough to understand that help wouldn't arrive before morning. We were too remote, the terrain too difficult for night operations. I was on my own until dawn. Security protocols dictated establishing a defensible position. I gathered firewood, building a larger blaze than normal. The dancing flames pushed back the darkness but created restless shadows that seemed to move with purpose at the forest edge. I retrieved my sidearm, a 9mm Glock I rarely carried, but had thankfully brought on this mission. Standard procedure was to avoid firearms during search and rescue operations, but tonight I was grateful for the weight of it in my hand. As I took inventory of supplies, I noticed something I'd missed earlier, a small, leather-bound journal among Rebecca Thompson's belongings. I hesitated, aware of the privacy invasion, but the circumstances justified it. I needed any information that might help me understand what we were dealing with. The journal's most recent entry was dated the morning of their disappearance, July 15th. Woke before sunrise. David still sleeping. Something strange happened last night. Around 2 a.m., I woke to a sound like singing but not quite human. When I looked out of the tent, the clearing was filled with lights, like fireflies, but larger and blue-white. They moved in patterns, forming circles and spirals. I watched for nearly an hour before they faded. Didn't wake David. He wouldn't believe me anyway. Going to investigate after breakfast. There's a circle of flattened grass just beyond the ridge. I think that's where the lights were centered. My blood ran cold. The circular clearing Sam and I had found, Rebecca had seen them too, had gone looking for them deliberately. I flipped back through earlier entries, finding more disturbing details. July 13th. Arrived at Mount Pilchuck. Trails oddly empty for summer. Ranger seemed nervous when we mentioned camping near the summit lake, tried to direct us elsewhere. Said something about unusual wildlife activity. When pressed, he changed the subject. July 14th. David spotted strange markings on trees, perfect geometric patterns that don't look natural or man-made, almost like mathematical symbols. Found a dead fox near our campsite. No visible injuries, but its eyes were completely white, clouded over. David says it must have been diseased. The final entry ended mid-sentence. July 15th later. Found the circle. It's perfect, like it was drawn with precision tools. The grass inside feels different, colder, somehow alive under my fingers. There's something moving at the forest edge. Tall. Too tall to be nothing more. The pen stroke trailed off the page, as if Rebecca had been interrupted mid-writing. I closed the journal, my mind racing. She had seen something, the same entity I'd glimpsed in the forest, the same thing that had killed Sam. The fire crackled, sending sparks spiraling upward. Beyond its light, the forest had fallen into that unnatural silence again. No insects, no night birds, nothing but the occasional soft snap of a branch that might have been the wind, or might have been something moving with deliberate stealth. Around midnight, the temperature dropped suddenly, my breath fogging in the cold air despite the summer season. The fire dimmed despite my efforts to maintain it, the flames turning an unusual bluish color at their edges. That's when I heard it, a sound like distant singing, just as Rebecca had described. Not quite human, the notes sliding between tones in a way that human vocal cords couldn't replicate. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, impossible to pinpoint. I gripped my flashlight, sweeping its beam in a slow circle around the campsite. At the northern perimeter, just beyond the firelight's reach, something moved. I raised my gun instinctively, aiming at the movement. "Identify yourself," I shouted, my voice sounding thin and ineffectual. The singing stopped. The forest held its breath. Then, stepping into the faintest edge of firelight, I saw it clearly for the first time. It stood at least 7 feet tall, its proportions wrong in ways that defied anatomical logic. Its limbs were too long, joints bending in impossible directions. The skin, if it could be called skin, was a pale, luminescent white that seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously. But it was the face that seared itself into my nightmares forever. No nose, no mouth in any conventional sense. Just a series of vertical slits where those features should be. And the eyes, black, depthless pits that reflected nothing, absorbed everything. I fired 2 shots instinctively, the reports deafening in the silent forest. The creature jerked backward but didn't fall. Where the bullets had struck, the skin rippled like disturbed water, sealing over without bleeding. It tilted its head at an impossible angle, those black eyes fixed on me with terrible intelligence. Then it opened what I had mistaken for facial slits, revealing a mouth that split its head nearly in half, lined with translucent needle-like teeth. I fired again, emptying the magazine in panic. Some shots struck, causing that same rippling effect. Others missed as the creature moved with blinding speed, circling the campsite faster than my eyes could track. The fire died suddenly, plunging the clearing into darkness, save for my wildly swinging flashlight beam. In desperate terror, I grabbed a burning branch from the embers, waving it before me like a primitive torch. The creature hesitated, keeping its distance from the flame. It feared fire. This realization gave me the first glimmer of hope since finding Sam's body. I used the burning branch to reignite the campfire, feeding it everything flammable I could reach without turning my back on the circling entity. The flames caught, pushing back the darkness and forcing the creature to retreat to the forest edge. For hours, it stalked the perimeter of my camp, always just beyond clear visibility. I maintained the fire with religious devotion, rationing the available wood to last until dawn. My flashlight batteries weakened, the beam growing dimmer as the night progressed. Around 3 a.m., the singing began again, but different now, coming from multiple directions simultaneously. I realized with horror that there was more than one of these things out there. calling to each other in their inhuman voices. The hours crawled by, each minute a battle against exhaustion and terror. I found myself nodding off despite the adrenaline, jerking awake with nightmarish visions of those black eyes inches from my face. When the eastern sky finally began to lighten, the singing stopped. The presence at the forest edge withdrew, melting away with the darkness. By the time the sun crested the mountain, nothing remained but silence and the charred remnants of my desperate fire. I sat motionless, gun empty but still clutched in my hand, as birds cautiously resumed their morning calls. The forest returned to normal around me, as if the night's horrors had been nothing but a fever dream. But Sam was still dead. The Thompsons were still missing. And the memory of that tall, pale figure with its impossible mouth would never leave me. The rescue team arrived an hour after sunrise, 4 officers led by Captain Reynolds. Their cheerful calls as they approached the campsite seemed obscene after the night I'd endured. "Crowley, where's Hawkins?" Reynolds called as they entered the clearing. I must have looked half mad, sleepless, covered in dirt and ash, empty gun still in my hand. "Sam's dead," I said flatly. "Something killed him." Their expressions shifted from confusion to concern. Reynolds approached slowly, as if dealing with a potentially unstable individual. "Let's get you some water, Ethan. You look dehydrated." "I'm not hallucinating," I snapped. "Check my GPS. I marked his location. He's been murdered." Reynolds exchanged glances with the others. "We'll check it out, but first, tell us what happened. Start from the beginning." I did, omitting nothing. The circular clearings, the strange silence, Sam's body with its geometric bruises, and the pale, elongated creature that bullets couldn't stop. As I spoke, their expressions grew increasingly skeptical. "And you fired your weapon at this entity?" Reynolds asked when I finished. 8 shots. Didn't even slow it down. Yet there's no blood trail. It didn't bleed. The skin just rippled and sealed over. Another exchanged glance between the officers. I knew how it sounded. "Look," I said, "check the journal. Rebecca Thompson saw them too. Lights, singing, the circular clearings. It's all documented." Reynolds took the journal, flipping through it briefly before handing it to another officer. "We'll take this as evidence. Now show us where Sam is." The walk to Sam's body took longer in daylight, the terrain more difficult than I remembered. When we reached the clearing, Reynolds stopped abruptly. "You're sure this is the spot?" I checked my GPS. "Positive." The clearing was empty, no body, no evidence that Sam had ever been there. "This is impossible," I muttered, circling the area. "He was right here. I have photographs." I pulled out my camera, scrolling to the images I'd taken the night before. Each one showed only empty forest floor, no Sam, no strange markings, nothing but dirt and vegetation. "Ethan," Reynolds said gently, "you've been under enormous stress. It's possible that in the darkness your mind—" "I'm not crazy," I shouted. "I know what I saw." But even as I protested, doubt began to creep in. Had exhaustion and fear affected my perception? Could I have imagined the pale creature, the singing, even Sam's death? No. The journal confirmed at least part of my experience. Rebecca had seen something too. "The Thompsons," I insisted. "We need to keep searching for them." Reynolds nodded, humoring me. "That's why we're here. But Ethan, you need rest. Go back to base with Johnson. We'll continue the search." I wanted to argue but lacked the strength. The sleepless night had drained me completely. As Johnson led me back toward the trailhead, I took one last look at the forest. In broad daylight, it seemed impossible that anything unnatural could exist here. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that black, depthless eyes were watching from between the trees, waiting patiently for darkness to fall again. The descent from Mount Pilchuck passed in a haze of exhaustion and confusion. Johnson maintained a steady stream of conversation, weather forecasts, department gossip, anything to fill the silence, but I barely registered his words. My mind kept returning to Sam's body, to the pale creature with its impossible mouth, to the evidence that had vanished with the night. At the ranger station, a medical team was waiting. They checked me for signs of hypothermia, dehydration, or head injury that might explain my disorientation. Finding nothing physically wrong, they chalked my experience up to extreme stress and sleep deprivation. It's not uncommon, the paramedic assured me, for the mind to create explanations when faced with traumatic events, especially in isolated wilderness settings. I nodded mechanically, too tired to argue. They gave me sedatives and arranged transportation back to headquarters, where I was placed on immediate administrative leave pending psychiatric evaluation. Sleep came the moment I reached my apartment, deep and dreamless thanks to the medication. I woke 14 hours later to pounding on my door, Captain Reynolds, with news I couldn't process. "We found Sam," he said grimly. Hope surged momentarily before his expression registered. "Dead?" He nodded. "A mile west of where you said, in a ravine. Looks like he fell, hit his head on the rocks below." "That's impossible," I protested. "I saw him. There were marks on his body, strange bruises." "Ethan," Reynolds cut me off. "The medical examiner confirmed it was an accidental death. Blunt force trauma consistent with a fall from height." "And the Thompsons?" "Still missing. The search continues." He hesitated. "Look, I know you believe what you saw, but there's a simpler explanation. You found your partner dead and experienced a trauma response. The mind creates narratives to protect itself. I wanted to believe him, wanted to accept that exhaustion and grief had conjured pale creatures and impossible horrors. But Rebecca's journal entries couldn't be explained away so easily." "What about the journal? Rebecca saw something too." Reynolds sighed. "We found no journal, Ethan." "That's not possible. I showed it to you at the campsite." "You showed me an empty notebook. There was nothing written in it." I stared at him, speechless. Was I losing my mind? The next week passed in a blur of psychiatric evaluations, debriefings, and memorial preparations for Sam. The official report listed his death as a tragic accident. My account was attributed to acute stress reaction with transient psychotic features. I didn't fight it. What alternative was there? I had no evidence, no photographs, no journal, nothing but my increasingly uncertain memories. Sam's funeral was held on a rainy Thursday. His wife clutched my hand afterward, tears mingling with raindrops on her face. "He always said if anything happened to him in those mountains, you'd bring him home," she whispered. "Thank you for finding him." I nodded, the guilt nearly crushing me. I hadn't saved him. I'd left his body in that clearing, fled in terror from something I couldn't explain or prove existed. 3 days after the funeral, the search for the Thompsons was officially scaled back. With no new leads and limited resources, it was reclassified as a recovery rather than rescue operation. They joined the disturbingly long list of people who enter wilderness areas and simply vanish. I might have accepted the official narrative, might have convinced myself that stress and grief had manufactured those memories, if not for what happened next. A package arrived at my apartment, addressed in unfamiliar handwriting with no return address. Inside was a small, leather-bound journal, identical to the one I'd found at the Thompsons' campsite. With trembling hands, I opened it. The first page bore a single line, "For Ethan Crowley, who saw the truth." The remaining pages contained meticulous notes, sketches, and coordinates spanning decades. Reports of missing hikers in the Mount Pilchuck area dating back to the 1940s. Descriptions of circular clearings, strange lights, and elongated figures moving through nighttime forests. Testimonies from survivors who'd been dismissed as traumatized or delusional, just as I had been. And photographs, dozens of them, showing those same pale entities I'd encountered. Most were blurry or partially obscured, but a few captured clear images of impossibly tall, thin figures with black eyes and vertical slit mouths. The final page contained a name and address. Dr. Eleanor Wells, Department of Folklore Studies, University of Washington. I drove to Seattle the next morning, the journal secure in my bag. Dr. Wells was an elderly woman with sharp eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. She invited me into her cluttered office without surprise, as if she'd been expecting me. "You received the journal," she stated rather than asked. "Yes. Did you send it?" "No." She gestured for me to sit. "I've never possessed the original, only copies of certain pages. The journal has its own way of finding those who need it." Under normal circumstances, I would have dismissed such mystical nonsense. But after what I'd witnessed, normal parameters no longer applied. "What were those things I saw?" I asked directly. Dr. Wells studied me for a moment before answering. Different cultures have different names for them. The Salish tribes called them SKINWALKER, forest people who steal humans. European settlers described walking trees or pale watchers. Modern accounts often use terms like fleshgates or wendigo, though neither is accurate. What are they then? That's the question, isn't it? She smiled thinly. Something not quite of our world, existing in the boundary spaces. They've been documented for centuries, always with the same methods. They create perfect circles, use lights and sounds to lure humans, and occasionally take them. Take them where? No one knows. Those who are taken never return. Sam wasn't taken, I said. He was killed. Dr. Wells nodded. Sometimes they kill rather than take, particularly those who pose a threat or witness a taking. Your friend was likely searching for the Thompsons when he encountered them mid-abduction. Why did Sam's body disappear? And the journal? They clean up after themselves. Evidence of their existence rarely survives daylight. Then why did they leave me alive? Her expression grew serious. That's what concerns me, Mr. Crowley. They don't make mistakes. If you survived, it was deliberate. A chill ran through me. Why would they let me live? Perhaps to serve as a warning to others. Perhaps because they're not finished with you. Or perhaps, she hesitated, they've marked you in some way we can't perceive. I thought of the recurring nightmares since that night, dreams of black eyes watching me through my bedroom window, of my skin growing pale and limbs elongating, dreams of becoming something else. What can I do? I asked, hating the tremor in my voice. Be vigilant. They prefer isolated areas, but have been known to follow those who've encountered them. And whatever you do, don't return to those mountains alone. I left Dr. Wells's office with more questions than answers, but one certainty, I wasn't crazy. What I'd witnessed was real, documented by others over decades. The knowledge should have been comforting, but instead intensified my fear. If these entities were real, then the threat they posed was equally real. That night, alone in my apartment, I realized I was at a crossroads. I could take the journal to Reynolds, try again to convince authorities of what lurked in those forests, and likely be dismissed as completely unstable. Or I could keep the knowledge to myself, return to work after my mandatory leave, and pretend I'd accepted the official explanation of events. Neither option addressed the fundamental reality. People would continue hiking those trails, camping in those forests, unaware of what waited in the darkness between trees. As I contemplated this impossible dilemma, a sound from outside caught my attention, a familiar, not quite human singing, drifting through my open window, despite being 15 floors up. I approached the window slowly, dreading what I might see. The street below was empty, but across the gap between buildings, on the roof of the adjacent apartment complex, stood a tall, pale figure, silhouetted against the night sky. It raised one impossibly long arm in what might have been a greeting or a promise. I slammed the window shut and drew the blinds, but the singing continued, seeping through walls and glass with impossible clarity. They had found me. Or perhaps, as Dr. Wells suggested, they had never lost track of me at all. Dawn was still hours away, and I knew with terrible certainty that I wouldn't survive until morning if I remained. I packed essentials in shaking haste, clothes, the journal, my service weapon, and fled my apartment, the inhuman singing following me all the way to my car. As I drove through the sleeping city, a decision crystallized. I couldn't run forever. I couldn't convince authorities, but I could return to those mountains armed with knowledge and preparation, not to fight creatures that bullets couldn't harm, but to document, to gather irrefutable evidence of their existence. If I succeeded, others might be warned, protected from Sam's fate and whatever had befallen the Thompsons. If I failed, well, at least I'd face the darkness on my own terms. The singing faded as city lights gave way to rural darkness, but I knew it was only a temporary reprieve. They were patient hunters, and I had been marked as their prey. The real question wasn't whether I would encounter them again, but whether I would survive the encounter with my humanity intact. As Mount Pilchuck's silhouette appeared on the horizon, I gripped the steering wheel tighter. Whatever awaited me in those woods, I was done running. It was time to face the darkness, and whatever watched from within it. 19 years have passed since that night on Mount Pilchuck. 19 years since I faced what waited in those woods, armed with desperate courage and the knowledge gleaned from Dr. Wells and the mysterious journal. I survived, obviously, but survival came at a cost I'm still calculating. After fleeing my apartment that night, I didn't immediately return to the mountain as I'd planned. Self-preservation overrode vengeance or justice. Instead, I disappeared, abandoned my career, my home, my identity. For 3 years, I moved constantly, staying nowhere longer than a few months, working odd jobs for cash. The singing followed me. Not every night, but often enough to prevent settling. I'd hear it outside motel windows in Arizona, through thin walls of apartments in Florida, echoing across parking lots in Maine. Sometimes accompanied by glimpses of tall, pale figures at forest edges or reflected in windows. They were tracking me, but not attacking, playing some longer game I couldn't comprehend. In my 4th year of running, the journal disappeared from my backpack while I slept in a Denver hostel. The next morning, the singing stopped. The watching stopped. For the first time since Mount Pilchuck, I felt truly alone. It should have been a relief. Instead, the silence was more terrifying than the pursuit had been. What had changed? Why had they lost interest? 3 weeks later, I saw the news report. 4 hikers missing near Mount Pilchuck, last seen by a ranger who described them as heading toward the summit lake despite warnings about the area. The same location, the same pattern. I knew then what I had to do. They hadn't stopped hunting. They'd simply found new prey. And I couldn't allow more people to vanish while I hid across the country. I returned to Washington under a new name, rented a cabin near the base of the mountain, and began my vigil. Not as a rescuer this time, but as a guardian and documentarian. For 15 years now, I've maintained my watch. I can't prevent all disappearances. The forest is vast, and I am one man growing older. But I've developed systems, methods of tracking their activity and warning hikers away from active hunting grounds. I've documented dozens of circular clearings that appear overnight, recorded the singing when it echoes through the valleys, photographed the tall figures when they emerge at dusk, though the images always develop blurry or distorted. Most importantly, I've saved lives. Not as many as I've lost, but enough to justify the lonely existence I've chosen. Enough to honor Sam's memory and all the others taken by what hunts these woods. The locals think I'm eccentric, but harmless. The strange old man who posts warning signs that rangers promptly remove, who approaches hiking groups with earnest concerns about dangerous trail conditions ahead. Some listen, many don't. I can only do so much. 3 years ago, something unexpected happened. A young woman arrived at my cabin soaked from rain and trembling with exhaustion. She introduced herself as Mara Thompson, daughter of David and Rebecca, the couple whose disappearance had started everything. "You're Ethan Crowley," she said, not a question. "The search and rescue officer who looked for my parents." I didn't deny it, though I hadn't used that name in years. She was 22, had been only 3 when her parents vanished. Raised by grandparents, she'd grown up with the mystery of their disappearance like a shadow over her life. Upon reaching adulthood, she'd begun her own investigation, tracking down everyone connected to the case. "Everyone says you lost your mind," she told me bluntly. "Claimed monsters took them. Is that why you're here? To meet the crazy man?" "No." She held out a familiar leather-bound journal. "I'm here because of this. It arrived on my doorstep last month." The journal had found its next keeper. Mara stayed. Despite my protests, my warnings about the danger, she refused to leave. She had her parents' determination, and I feared their fate awaiting her if she remained. But I couldn't force her to go. And truthfully, after 15 years of solitude, I welcomed the company. We developed a partnership of sorts. Her fresh perspective and technological skills complemented my field experience. Together, we expanded the documentation, created mapping systems to track circular clearing appearances, and established an anonymous website to warn hikers of dangerous areas without sounding like conspiracy theorists. And we searched. Not for her parents. We both knew they were long gone, but for answers. What were these entities? Why did they take some people and kill others? Where did they come from, and where did they take their victims? Slowly, we've pieced together a theory. The circular clearings aren't just hunting grounds, they're doorways. Temporary thinnings in the barrier between our world and somewhere else. The entities create these doorways, use light and sound to lure humans, then take them through before the doorway closes at dawn. Those who witness a taking but aren't taken themselves become marked, tracked, observed, like I was. Most eventually disappear. I'm an anomaly, having survived this long. Why? I believe it's because I serve a purpose in their incomprehensible design. By driving me to vigilance, they ensure I warn away most potential victims while still allowing them occasional successful hunts. A conservation method, perhaps. Sustainable harvesting of human prey. It's a chilling thought, being used as their unwitting gatekeeper. But if the alternative is more deaths, more disappearances, I accept the role. Mara and I have documented nearly 200 disappearances connected to these entities across the Pacific Northwest since record-keeping began in the 1930s. The actual number is likely much higher. Their hunting grounds extend beyond Mount Pilchuck, though this area remains their primary territory. We've had close encounters, of course. 3 years ago, Mara was nearly taken when she ventured too close to a fresh clearing at dusk. I arrived barely in time, wielding UV floodlights that seemed to cause them pain or disorientation. We escaped, but not before one of them touched her, left a perfect hexagonal mark on her forearm that hasn't faded. Since then, she sometimes hears the singing when I don't. Sometimes sees them in daylight when they should be dormant. The mark is changing her, slowly, in ways neither of us fully understand or can prevent. Last week, I found her standing in our cabin doorway at 3 a.m., staring into the forest, humming that same inhuman melody I've heard so many times. When I touched her shoulder, she turned with momentary confusion, her eyes seeming darker and deeper than they should be. Time is running out for her, I think, for both of us. Which brings me to why I'm finally recording this account. For 19 years, I've documented everything except my own story, concerned that personal testimony would undermine the objective evidence we've gathered. But Mara convinced me that the human element matters, that future investigators need to understand not just what these entities do, but how it feels to encounter them, the psychological impact, the lingering effects. So here it is, the full account of what happened on July 15, 2006, and everything that followed. I've included copies of our research, photographs, sound recordings, and mapping data. Not all of it will survive. These entities have ways of erasing evidence of their existence, but perhaps enough will remain to help those who come after us, because Mara and I won't be here much longer. Her transformation is accelerating. Soon she'll be gone, either taken by them or becoming something like them. And I'm too old and tired to start over elsewhere to spend another decade running or hiding, so we've made a decision. Tomorrow night, we're going to enter one of the clearings when it's active. Not to fight, we've learned they can't be defeated by any weapons we possess, but to follow, to see where they take their victims, to learn, finally, what exists on the other side of those doorways. It's a one-way journey. I harbor no illusions about returning. But after 19 years of watching from the threshold, it's time to step through. To anyone who finds this account, the entities are real. They hunt in these woods and others like them across the world. They take people, and those taken never return as themselves. If you hear singing in the forest at night, if you find perfect circles of flattened vegetation, if you glimpse something tall and pale moving between trees, run. Don't look back. Don't try to understand or document or fight. Just run and pray they don't mark you as I was marked. For what it's worth, I don't regret the path I've walked since that night in 2006. I've saved lives. I've preserved some measure of truth. I've honored Sam's memory and all the others lost to the darkness between trees. And tomorrow, finally, I'll have answers, even if I never get to share them. This is Ethan Crowley former search and rescue officer, signing off for the last time. If you're reading this, I'm already gone. Remember what I've told you. Stay out of the woods at night. And if you ever find a leather-bound journal on your doorstep with no explanation, burn it before you open it. Some knowledge isn't worth the price. Editor's note. The above document was found in an abandoned cabin near Mount Pilchuck State Park in Washington on April 3, 2025. No trace of Ethan Crowley or Mara Thompson has been discovered. The referenced research materials, photographs, and recordings mentioned in the text were not located with the manuscript. Local authorities have no record of anyone matching Crowley's description living in the area, and the cabin's legal owner has been deceased for 12 years. The Washington State Department of Natural Resources notes that Mount Pilchuck has one of the highest rates of hiker disappearances in the state, though they attribute this to treacherous terrain and harsh weather conditions rather than any supernatural cause. This document is being preserved for archival purposes only and should not be considered factual without corroborating evidence. I had been planning this trip to Big Bend National Park for months. As an experienced wildlife photographer and part-time guide for outdoor expeditions, I needed fresh material for my upcoming presentation at the Wilderness Conservation Conference in Austin. The rugged beauty of the Chihuahuan Desert and its inhabitants would make for compelling visual content. After driving for nearly 8 hours from Houston, fatigue settled into my bones as I navigated the final stretch of highway leading to the park entrance. At 42, I wasn't bouncing back from these long drives like I used to in my 20s. The radio signal had disappeared about an hour back, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the rumble of tires on asphalt. "Welcome to Big Bend National Park," announced the weathered sign as I pulled up to the entrance station. The ranger, a weathered man in his 50s with deep creases around his eyes, leaned out of his booth. "Afternoon," he said, studying my face. "You planning on staying overnight?" "Yes, sir," I replied, handing over my annual parks pass, hoping to get some good shots of Santa Elena Canyon before sunset, then find a campsite. He glanced at my equipment-laden van and nodded knowingly. "Photographer?" "That's right." "Well, just so you know, we've had some unusual wildlife activity near the canyon recently." He handed back my pass. "Mountain lions have been spotted closer to the trails than normal. Droughts pushing them toward the river." I thanked him for the information, not particularly concerned. Wildlife warnings were standard procedure in national parks, and I'd encountered plenty of potentially dangerous animals during my career. I'd always maintained a respectful distance and never had an issue. "One more thing," the ranger called as I started to pull away. "If you're heading out alone, make sure someone knows where you are. Cell reception is spotty at best out here." I assured him I'd be careful and continued down the winding road into the park. The landscape opened up around me, vast, arid, and breathtaking. Distant mesas rose against the horizon, their silhouettes sharp against the clear blue sky. The temperature gauge on my dashboard read 96 degrees, but the dry heat felt more manageable than Houston's sweltering humidity. After consulting my map, I decided to head straight for Santa Elena Canyon. I wanted to capture the dramatic light when the sun began its descent, casting the massive limestone walls in golden hues. The road stretched before me, a ribbon of pavement cutting through an ocean of desert scrub and occasional cacti. I passed only 2 other vehicles during the hour-long drive to the canyon trailhead, a park maintenance truck and a family in an SUV heading in the opposite direction. The isolation felt both liberating and vaguely unsettling. By the time I pulled into the gravel parking area near the canyon, the sensation of being utterly alone had intensified. Stepping out of the air-conditioned van into the heat was like walking into an oven. The stillness was profound. No birdsong, no insect buzzing, just the occasional whisper of wind brushing across the landscape. I gathered my camera equipment, strapped on my hiking boots, and filled my water bottle. The enormous walls of Santa Elena Canyon loomed ahead, split by the Rio Grande that formed the natural border between the United States and Mexico. As I approached the trailhead, an inexplicable feeling of unease washed over me. I'd been in countless remote locations before, but something about this place felt different. The vastness of the landscape made me acutely aware of my insignificance, a mere speck against the ancient geology surrounding me. I shook off the feeling and focused on the task at hand. I had photos to take and a presentation to prepare. The strange sense of foreboding was probably just exhaustion from the long drive. At least, that's what I told myself as I set off down the trail, the weight of my camera bag heavy against my back and the relentless sun beating down from above. The trail to Santa Elena Canyon started easily enough, winding through sparse vegetation before approaching the riverbed. The Rio Grande was running low, evidence of the ongoing drought that had plagued the region for months. What should have been a substantial waterway was reduced to a shallow stream in places, exposing sandbars and river rocks normally hidden beneath the surface. I paused to take some preliminary shots, documenting the effects of climate change on the waterway. The contrast between the diminished river and the towering canyon walls would make for a striking visual narrative in my presentation. As I adjusted my camera settings, I noticed indentations in the damp sand near the water's edge. Paw prints, distinctly feline and unsettlingly large. The ranger's warning about mountain lion activity suddenly seemed more significant. I knelt to examine the tracks more closely, placing my hand next to one for scale. The print was nearly 5 inches across, larger than any cougar tracks I'd seen before. More concerning was their freshness. The edges were crisp, undisturbed by wind or water. Standing up, I scanned the surrounding area with newfound vigilance. Mountain lions were typically shy creatures that avoided human contact, but drought could alter their behavior, making them desperate and unpredictable. I adjusted the bear spray canister on my belt to ensure it was easily accessible and continued along the trail with heightened awareness. The canyon walls grew more imposing as I approached the mouth of the gorge. Towering hundreds of feet above, they blocked the direct sunlight, casting the path in shadow and providing welcome relief from the heat. The temperature difference was immediate and substantial. I felt a chill despite the day's warmth, and goosebumps rose unbidden on my arms. The acoustics within the canyon created an eerie effect. Each sound I made echoed subtly, while distant noises were amplified and distorted. I could hear water dripping somewhere deeper in the canyon, each droplet creating a resonant plinking sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I set up my tripod at a promising vantage point and began capturing images of the dramatic scenery. Through my viewfinder, I noticed details that had escaped my naked eye. Striated patterns in the limestone that told the geological story of the region, sparse vegetation clinging tenaciously to seemingly inhospitable rock faces, and the play of shadow and light that transformed the scene minute by minute. As I worked, a sound different from the ambient dripping caught my attention, a subtle scraping, like stone against stone. I lowered my camera and listened intently. The sound came again, this time accompanied by a small cascade of pebbles from somewhere up the canyon wall to my right. "Hello," I called out, wondering if another hiker might be scrambling above me. My voice echoed back, hollow and strange. No human response followed. I told myself it was probably just natural erosion, rock shifting due to temperature changes as afternoon began transitioning to evening. Still, I found myself packing up my equipment more quickly than planned, suddenly eager to return to more open terrain. The feeling of being watched intensified as I made my way back along the trail. Several times I stopped and turned abruptly, half expecting to catch someone or something following me. Each time I found only the empty path and silent landscape. When I finally emerged from the shadow of the canyon into the open area near the parking lot, the sun was significantly lower, casting long shadows across the desert floor. I checked my watch, 5:48 p.m. I had been photographing longer than I'd realized. If I wanted to secure a decent campsite, I needed to move quickly. As I approached my van, something made me turn for one last look at the canyon. Perhaps it was a photographer's instinct seeking a final shot, or perhaps it was some primal survival mechanism. Whatever the reason, I'm grateful for that impulse because what I saw in that moment would be my first true warning of what awaited me in Big Bend. A movement caught my eye, something crossing the riverbed where the water ran shallow. At first, I could only make out a tawny shape moving with fluid grace. I raised my telephoto lens and focused. The mountain lion was magnificent, powerfully built with muscles rippling beneath its coat as it moved. It was also alarmingly large, far bigger than I would have expected. But what truly sent a jolt of primordial fear through my system were its eyes. Even at this distance, they seemed to glow with an unnatural amber intensity. And they were looking directly at me. I stood frozen, the camera lens still trained on the mountain lion. Through the magnification, I could see every detail of the predator, its twitching tail, the subtle movements of its ears, the way its whiskers caught the fading sunlight. What struck me most, however, was its unusual coloration. Instead of the typical tawny coat, this cat's fur had a strange grayish undertone that made it appear almost ghostly against the desert backdrop. The distance between us was perhaps 200 yards, with the shallow Rio Grande creating a natural barrier. I knew mountain lions could swim if motivated, but they generally preferred to avoid water. This knowledge provided little comfort as I watched the animal lower its massive head to drink, its eyes never leaving mine. I debated my next move. Running seemed unwise. It might trigger the cat's chase instinct. Maintaining eye contact felt equally dangerous, a direct challenge to a territorial predator. I settled for a slow, deliberate retreat toward my van, walking backward with measured steps. The cat finished drinking and sat on its haunches, watching me with an unnerving stillness. Then, with startling suddenness, it rose and began moving parallel to the river in my direction. My heart hammered against my ribs. I quickened my pace but kept my movement steady. The camera felt absurdly heavy in my hands, but I couldn't bring myself to lower it. Some irrational part of my mind believed that as long as I could see the cat through the lens, I maintained some measure of control over the situation. The lion stopped when it reached a narrow section of the river, where a fallen tree created a natural bridge between the Mexican and American sides. It sniffed the log, then looked directly at me again. I swear I saw calculation in those amber eyes. "No," I whispered involuntarily. "Don't you dare." As if hearing my quiet protest, the cat placed one massive paw on the log, testing its stability. The wood held firm. With liquid grace, the mountain lion began crossing the makeshift bridge, its gaze locked on me the entire time. I abandoned all pretense of calm retreat. Turning, I ran the remaining distance to my van, fumbling with the keys as I reached the driver's side door. My hands trembled so violently that I dropped the key ring twice before managing to unlock the vehicle. Once inside, I slammed the door and locked it, then twisted in my seat to look out the back window. The cat had completed its river crossing and now stood at the trailhead, perhaps 100 yards away. Even at this distance, those golden eyes seemed to glow with unnatural brightness. I started the engine with a prayer of gratitude that it caught on the first try. As I began to pull away, the mountain lion did something that defies explanation to this day. It lifted its right paw and placed it deliberately on a nearby rock, as if marking the spot. The gesture seemed almost human in its intentionality. Accelerating down the gravel road, I kept checking my rearview mirror until the trailhead disappeared around a bend. Only then did I allow myself to take a full breath. My hands were still shaking on the steering wheel, and sweat had soaked through my shirt, despite the air conditioning now blasting through the van's vents. I had encountered mountain lions before in my career, but never one that behaved like this. Their natural response to humans is avoidance, not pursuit. This animal had deliberately crossed a natural barrier to follow me. It had shown purpose and intelligence beyond normal predatory behavior. As the adrenaline began to subside, I tried to rationalize what I'd witnessed. Perhaps the drought had altered its behavior, making it desperate enough to see a human as potential prey. Or maybe it was protecting a nearby kill or cubs I hadn't noticed. There had to be a logical explanation. Yet I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes, intense, aware, almost knowing. And that final gesture with its paw. So deliberate it seemed like a message. I drove faster than was prudent on the park's winding roads, putting as much distance as possible between myself and Santa Elena Canyon. The logical part of my mind knew that mountain lions have territories spanning many miles, and that driving away didn't necessarily mean escaping its range. But logic was rapidly losing ground to a more primitive imperative: get away. The sun was now setting in earnest, painting the desert in surreal hues of orange and purple. The beauty was lost on me as I consulted my park map. looking for the nearest designated campsite. The thought of sleeping in my van suddenly seemed foolhardy, but the park entrance was hours away, and driving unfamiliar mountain roads in the dark held its own dangers. The map showed a small campground called Rio Grande Village about 30 minutes from my current position. It would likely have other campers, witnesses, and potential help if the unthinkable happened. Decision made. I turned onto the road that would take me there, unable to stop myself from checking the rearview mirror every few seconds, half expecting to see a tawny shape bounding after me in the gathering darkness. By the time I reached Rio Grande Village, twilight had deepened into true darkness. The campground was more populated than I'd expected for a weekday, with RVs and tents scattered across the designated sites. The presence of other people provided immediate relief, safety in numbers, my mind whispered. I found an empty spot next to a family in a pop-up camper and pulled in, cutting the engine with a sigh that came from somewhere deep inside me. For several minutes, I simply sat there, replaying the encounter in my mind, second-guessing my observations and reactions. A tap on my window startled me badly. I jerked around to see a bearded man in his 30s holding a flashlight, concern evident on his face. I rolled down the window halfway. "You okay?" he asked. "You've been sitting here with your lights on for a while now." "Yeah, sorry," I managed, realizing my headlights were likely shining directly into his campsite. "Just tired from the drive." He nodded understandingly. "First time in Big Bend?" "No, but it's been a few years." I introduced myself and learned his name was Keith. He and his family were from Austin on their annual spring break camping trip. "You picked a good time to visit," Keith said, glancing around. "It's busy enough to have company, but not so crowded you can't enjoy the solitude." The word solitude made me shudder involuntarily. "Cold?" Keith asked, noticing my reaction. "Just a long day," I replied. "Hey, have you heard anything about unusual mountain lion activity in the park?" Keith's expression shifted subtly. "Funny you should ask. The ranger who checked us in yesterday mentioned they've had more sightings than usual. Said they think it's a particularly large male that's been spotted repeatedly near the western trails." My stomach tightened. "Did they say how large?" "Just that it was bigger than average." "Why? Did you see one?" I hesitated, suddenly reluctant to share my experience. It seemed too bizarre, too unsettling. "I saw tracks near the canyon," I said finally. "Bigger than any I've seen before." Keith nodded. "Well, they're out there. That's why we've been keeping the kids close to the campground. You camping alone?" When I confirmed that I was, he frowned slightly. "Be careful, especially if you're heading out on the more remote trails. The ranger said this particular cat doesn't seem as skittish around humans as most." We chatted for a few more minutes before Keith returned to his family. I closed my window and locked the doors, then began arranging my sleeping area in the back of the van. My thoughts kept drifting back to those amber eyes and that deliberate paw placement. The encounter felt significant in a way I couldn't articulate. After a sparse dinner of trail mix and beef jerky, I tried to distract myself by reviewing the photos I'd taken that day. The images of Santa Elena Canyon were striking, dramatic lighting, perfect composition. Under different circumstances, I would have been pleased with the results. When I reached the last few photos, I froze. I didn't remember taking these. Frames that showed the river crossing and the mountain lion on the far bank. I must have continued shooting instinctively even as fear took hold. The camera's powerful zoom had captured details invisible to my naked eye. In one image particularly clear despite the fading light, I could see the cat's face with startling definition. Its eyes reflected the camera flash, creating an eerie red-eye effect that made it look demonic. But what truly disturbed me was its expression. If an animal could appear to have purpose, intent, this one did. I zoomed in further, studying the mountain lion's features. Something about its face seemed off, but I couldn't identify what specifically bothered me. The proportions were slightly wrong. The spacing of its features just a fraction different from what felt natural. Perhaps it was just the angle or the lighting playing tricks. A distant sound interrupted my thoughts, a high, wavering scream that cut through the night. I recognized it immediately as a mountain lion's call, a sound often described as similar to a woman screaming. Though I knew what it was, the primal part of my brain still registered it as a human in distress, sending fresh adrenaline coursing through my system. The call came again, closer this time. From nearby campsites I heard voices, people emerging from tents to listen. A child began crying. I checked that all my van's doors were securely locked, then peered out through the windows, seeing nothing but darkness beyond the circle of campground lights. A park ranger's vehicle rolled slowly through the campground, its spotlight sweeping the perimeter. The ranger stopped near the center of the loop and stepped out, addressing the gathered campers. I couldn't hear what was being said, but people gradually returned to their sites, though with obvious reluctance. The ranger's presence should have been reassuring, but somehow it had the opposite effect. If officials were concerned enough to patrol after dark, the situation might be more serious than I'd thought. I laid down in my sleeping bag, exhaustion fighting with hypervigilance. Every sound outside, the wind rustling through desert scrub, distant conversations from other campsites, the occasional vehicle on the main park road, kept me from drifting off. My body ached from tension, muscles coiled tight as if preparing to flee. When sleep finally claimed me, it was shallow and troubled. I dreamed of running through the canyon, pursued by something I couldn't see but could sense behind me, always just out of sight around the next bend. In the dream, the canyon walls narrowed until I could touch both sides with outstretched arms, then continued constricting until I had to turn sideways to squeeze through. All the while, I could hear measured footfalls behind me, unhurried yet relentless. I woke gasping at 3:17 a.m., according to my watch. The campground had fallen silent, even the most determined night owls apparently having retired. Outside, the desert night was alive with subtle sounds, the rustle of nocturnal creatures, the whisper of wind through cacti and scrub. I listened intently, trying to distinguish between normal nighttime noises and anything potentially threatening. A scraping sound against the side of the van made me bolt upright. It came again, a distinct scratching like something dragging along the metal exterior. My breath caught in my throat as I strained to identify the source. Then came a distinctive thump against the rear door, not accidental but deliberate, as if something was testing the barrier between us. I sat paralyzed in my sleeping bag, ears straining to catch any further sounds. The scratching continued, moving around the perimeter of the van with a methodical patience that seemed calculated to maximize my terror. It paused occasionally, as if whatever was outside was listening for my reaction. My options were limited. I could try to drive away, but that would require moving to the front seat and potentially making myself vulnerable during the transition. I could use the air horn I kept for emergencies, which might scare off an animal and would certainly alert other campers. Or I could simply wait, hoping whatever was outside would lose interest. Another thump against the rear door decided for me. I grabbed the air horn from my emergency kit and held it ready. With my other hand, I reached for my powerful flashlight, the heavy metal kind that could double as a weapon if necessary. The scratching moved to one of the side windows. I saw the glass flex slightly inward under pressure, though it held firm. Mountain lions have powerful paws, but breaking safety glass would require more force than even a large cat could likely generate. Gathering my courage, I moved to the window and prepared to shine my light directly at whatever was outside. I counted silently. 1, 2, 3. Then pressed the flashlight against the glass and switched it on. The beam illuminated nothing but empty space and the trunk of a nearby mesquite tree. I swept the light in an arc, searching for any sign of what had been there moments before. Nothing moved in the harsh glare. I let out a shaky breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Had I imagined the sounds? No. The scratching had been too distinct, too real. Whatever had been there had either retreated at my movement or was now hiding just beyond the range of my light. Sleep was out of the question now. I moved to the driver's seat, keeping the flashlight trained out various windows as I went. Starting the engine provided a surge of relief. The familiar rumble represented escape, safety. But I hesitated to drive away. It was the middle of the night in unfamiliar terrain, on roads that wound perilously close to steep drop-offs in places. Driving while exhausted and frightened might be more dangerous than whatever was outside. I compromised by turning on the van's exterior lights, illuminating the area around me. The harsh artificial light created deep shadows beyond its reach, but at least I could see the immediate vicinity. Nothing lurked near the vehicle. To calm my nerves, I reached for the bottle of water in my cup holder, then noticed something on the windshield that made my heart skip a beat. A perfect paw print on the outside of the glass, visible in silhouette against the illuminated campground beyond. It hadn't been there when I arrived. I was certain of that. I stared at the print, trying to make sense of it. A mountain lion would have to stand on its hind legs and deliberately place its paw against the glass to leave such a mark. The behavior seemed too intentional, too communicative for an animal. As dawn approached, I remained vigilant, watching as the sky gradually shifted from black to deep blue. The first hints of light revealed no signs of any large predators in the vicinity. Other campers began stirring, emerging from tents and RVs to start breakfast or make trips to the restroom facilities. I stepped out of my van cautiously, scanning the area before fully committing to leaving my shelter. The morning air was cool and still, carrying the scent of creosote and dry earth. I walked around my vehicle, inspecting it for evidence of my night visitor. The marks were unmistakable. Fine scratches in the dust coating the van's exterior, consistent with claws dragging across the surface. And there, on the driver's side door, 4 distinct parallel scores cutting through the paint to the metal beneath. These weren't the random marks of a curious animal. They appeared deliberate, almost like a signature. Whoa, what happened to your van? I turned to find Keith approaching, coffee mug in hand. He stared at the scratches with wide eyes. I had a visitor last night, I said, surprised by the steadiness of my own voice. Keith knelt to examine the marks more closely. These look like claw marks. Bear, maybe? Mountain lion, I replied with certainty. I saw one yesterday near Santa Elena Canyon. He whistled low. You should report this to the rangers. This isn't normal behavior for a cougar. I nodded, though I felt strangely reluctant. Reporting the incident would make it official, something I'd have to explain and rationalize. And there was something about the encounter that felt inexplicably personal, as if the cat had singled me out specifically. Still, Keith was right. If a predator was becoming habituated to humans, it posed a danger to everyone in the park. I promised to stop by the ranger station before heading out for the day. As Keith returned to his campsite, I noticed several other campers looking in my direction, likely drawn by our conversation. I felt suddenly exposed, as if I had attracted unwanted attention not just from the mountain lion but from everyone around me. I decided to skip breakfast and head directly to park headquarters. The sooner I reported the incident, the sooner I could put it behind me and focus on the photography work I had come here to do. Yet even as I drove toward the visitor center, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that predatory eyes were following my progress from somewhere in the surrounding wilderness. The ranger station was a low, adobe-style building with large windows offering panoramic views of the Chisos Mountains. Inside, displays showcased the park's diverse ecosystems and wildlife. I approached the information desk where a ranger in her 40s with short gray hair was helping an elderly couple with a trail map. When it was my turn, I explained what had happened, the mountain lion sighting, its unusual behavior in crossing the river, and the night visit to my van. The ranger, whose name tag read Warden, listened with increasing concern. "Can you describe the cat in detail?" she asked, pulling out an incident report form. I described its size, the unusual grayish tint to its fur, and its extraordinarily large paws. When I mentioned its eyes, Warden's pen paused over the paper. "What about its eyes?" she prompted. "They were unusual, very bright amber, almost golden, and they seemed—" I hesitated, feeling foolish. They seemed too aware somehow, like it was thinking rather than just reacting. Warden put down her pen and studied me for a moment. "Mr. Jenkins, have you heard about the Chisos cat?" I shook my head. "It's a local legend. Every few decades, reports surface about an unusually large mountain lion with distinctive eyes. The stories go back to the indigenous peoples who lived here before European settlement." My skepticism must have shown on my face because she continued, "I'm not saying it's supernatural. More likely it's a genetic anomaly that appears occasionally in the local population. But this cat, whatever it is, has been spotted with increasing frequency over the past month." "Is it dangerous?" I asked. All mountain lions are potentially dangerous, but this one, she hesitated. It seems to have lost its natural fear of humans. We've had 3 reports of it approaching campsites, and one hiker claimed it followed him for over a mile on the Dodge Trail. She finished the report and asked me to sign it. We're tracking these incidents closely. In the meantime, I'd recommend you stick to the more populated areas of the park, and if you're camping alone again tonight, consider staying at the lodge instead. I thanked her for the advice, but knew I wouldn't be taking it. The main reason I had come to Big Bend was to photograph its more remote landscapes, particularly at dawn and dusk when the light was optimal. Staying near crowds would defeat the purpose. After leaving the ranger station, I spent the morning photographing more accessible areas of the park: balanced rock, the hot springs, and various desert plants in bloom after recent rains. But my heart wasn't in it. These were tourist shots, not the unique perspectives I needed for my presentation. By early afternoon, I had made a decision. I would venture to the more isolated Grapevine Hills area for sunset photography. The terrain there offered dramatic compositions, with massive boulders perched improbably atop one another, and twisted desert vegetation creating foreground interest. If the mountain lion, this Chisos cat, was truly following me, perhaps it was better to confront that reality in daylight than spend another night wondering what lurked outside my van. I stopped at a park store to stock up on water and energy bars, then headed toward Grapevine Hills. The road deteriorated as I left the main routes, becoming rough and washboarded in sections. Few other vehicles ventured this way, especially on a weekday afternoon. The landscape grew increasingly rugged and otherworldly. Massive rock formations erupted from the desert floor, wind sculpted into fantastic shapes over millennia. I parked at a small turnout and loaded my camera gear into my backpack, along with water, snacks, and, after a moment's hesitation, my bear spray and hunting knife. The trail started as a sandy wash between boulder fields before climbing steadily into the hills. Spring wildflowers dotted the path with splashes of yellow, purple, and red. Brittlebush, desert marigold, and Indian paintbrush creating natural garden displays among the rocks. I hiked for about 40 minutes before finding a promising location. A high vantage point overlooking a valley, with balanced rocks in the foreground and the distant mountains providing a dramatic backdrop. The afternoon light was still too harsh for optimal shooting, but I set up my equipment and took test shots to determine the best composition for when the golden hour arrived. As I worked, that feeling of being watched returned stronger than ever. Several times I stopped abruptly, scanning the surrounding terrain for any sign of movement. Nothing appeared unusual, yet the sensation persisted, raising the hair on the back of my neck. I spoke aloud, my voice sounding strangely small against the vastness of the landscape. "I know you're out there." No response came except the whisper of wind through the rocks and the distant call of a raven. Yet speaking had somehow made me feel more in control, as if acknowledging the unseen presence had diminished its power over me. Time passed slowly as I waited for the sun to lower. I busied myself with equipment checks and lens cleaning, anything to keep my mind occupied and my hands steady. When the light finally began to soften, taking on the warm, golden quality photographer's prize, I almost forgot my anxiety in the focus of creative work. I was changing lenses when a small cascade of pebbles clattered down from a boulder pile about 30 yards to my right. I froze, lens in hand, and slowly turned toward the sound. At first I saw nothing unusual, just the jumbled rocks and patches of vegetation typical of the area. Then a shadow moved between 2 boulders, too fluidly to be a trick of the changing light. I carefully mounted the telephoto lens and pointed it toward the spot. Through the magnification, I could make out a tawny form partially concealed behind a large rock, just the hindquarters and tail of a large feline, the rest hidden from view. My finger hovered over the shutter button, torn between the photographer's instinct to capture the image and the survival instinct urging me to retreat immediately. Before I could decide, the animal shifted position, and I caught a glimpse of its profile. It was the same mountain lion from Santa Elena Canyon, unmistakable with its unusual coloration and massive size. It seemed even larger from this angle, its shoulder height comparable to a small wolf rather than a typical cougar. And though I couldn't see its eyes from this vantage point, I knew they would be that unsettling amber gold. I slowly reached for my bear spray, never taking my gaze from the cat. It hadn't spotted me yet, or at least it wasn't acknowledging my presence. Its attention seemed focused on something beyond my field of vision, further down the slope. Then I heard voices, hikers approaching from the main trail below. The mountain lion's ears flicked forward, its posture tensing as it tracked the unsuspecting people. I had to warn them. Without fully considering the consequences, I stood up and shouted, "Hey, mountain lion on the rocks, get back!" The cat's head whipped around at my voice, those golden eyes locking onto me with startling intensity. For one suspended moment, we stared at each other across the distance, neither moving. Then it was gone, vanishing behind the rocks with such speed that I questioned whether I had seen it at all. The hikers below called up to me, asking where I had spotted the cat. I pointed toward the boulder field, explaining that it had already disappeared. They thanked me for the warning and continued on their way, though with visible caution. I remained rooted to the spot, heart hammering in my chest. The cat could have easily turned its attention to me. I was alone, isolated, arguably more vulnerable than the group below. Instead, it had chosen to retreat. But something told me it wasn't fear that had driven it away. Mountain lions are ambush predators. They don't like their prey to know they're there. This one had simply decided to wait for a better opportunity. The golden light I had waited for was now perfect, the landscape transformed by the low-angled sun into a tapestry of light and shadow. Under different circumstances, I would have been capturing image after image. Instead, I hurriedly packed my equipment, constantly scanning my surroundings as I worked. The hike back to my vehicle seemed interminable. Every shadow jumped with potential threat. Every rustle of vegetation tightened the knot in my stomach. I maintained a pace just short of running, bear spray clutched in one hand. When I finally reached the van, I threw my gear inside and locked the doors before allowing myself to breathe normally again. Night was approaching rapidly, the vast desert sky already deepening to indigo in the east, while the western horizon still blazed with sunset colors. I needed to find a safe place to spend the night, somewhere with people nearby, preferably with solid walls rather than the thin metal of my van. The Chisos Mountains Lodge was fully booked. I had checked earlier. That left the developed campgrounds or a long drive out of the park entirely. As I started the engine, a movement in my side mirror caught my attention. I turned just in time to see a large shape dissolve into the gathering darkness behind me. Not clearly visible, just the suggestion of something powerful and patient, watching and waiting. I drove faster than was sensible on the rough park roads, headlights cutting through the deepening twilight. My destination was the Chisos Basin Campground, more populated than where I had stayed the previous night and situated in a developed area near the park restaurant and store. If I had to spend another night in the van, at least I would have people within shouting distance. The road wound upward into the Chisos Mountains, switchbacks becoming tighter and the drop-offs to my right more precipitous. I gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity, taking each curve with cautious acceleration. The last thing I needed was to go off the road in the dark, stranded in mountain lion territory. A flash of movement in my headlights made me slam on the brakes. Something had darted across the road about 50 yards ahead, something large and quick. I stopped completely, engine idling, and peered into the darkness beyond the reach of my lights. Nothing moved. After a minute that felt like an hour, I cautiously proceeded, scanning the roadside vegetation for any sign of wildlife. A javelina or deer seemed the most likely explanation, though the shape had seemed lower to the ground, more sinuous in its movement. I had nearly reached the spot where the animal had crossed when something hit the side of my van with enough force to rock the vehicle. I swerved reflexively, nearly veering into the opposite lane before regaining control. "What the hell?" I gasped, checking my mirrors. In the red glow of my taillights, I caught a glimpse of a large shape in the road behind me, unmistakably feline, outlined against the pavement for just a second before it disappeared into the brush. My mind struggled to process what had just happened. Had the mountain lion charged my moving vehicle? The behavior defied everything I knew about these animals. They were calculating predators that conserved energy, and avoided unnecessary risks. Attacking a moving vehicle served no evolutionary purpose, unless this wasn't about predation at all. The thought chilled me more than any other possibility. If the cat was motivated by something beyond hunger, territorial aggression perhaps, or some deeper instinctual drive, then its behavior became even more unpredictable. I accelerated again, pushing the van harder than was wise on the unfamiliar mountain road. Each bend revealed only more empty pavement and the occasional reflective eyes of small nocturnal creatures caught in my headlights. The road leveled out as I approached the Chisos Basin, the developed heart of the park where the lodge, restaurant, and main campground were located. Lights from buildings appeared ahead, promising safety and normalcy. I felt some of the tension leave my shoulders as I pulled into the campground entrance. A sign posted at the check-in station crushed my hopes. Campground full. A smaller notice below explained that a school group had reserved most of the sites for a geology field trip. I sat staring at the sign, trying to formulate a new plan. The lodge parking lot would have people coming and going all night. I could park there and sleep in my van, which wasn't technically allowed but might be overlooked given the circumstances. Alternatively, I could try the Rio Grande Village campground again, though it was a considerable drive back down the mountain in the dark. A tap on my window nearly sent me through the roof. A park ranger stood outside, flashlight angled away from my face. "Everything okay?" he asked when I rolled down the window. "Looking for a campsite," I explained, trying to keep my voice steady. "But I see you're full." He nodded sympathetically. "Spring break. Every site's been booked for months." He studied my face more carefully. "You look like you've had a rough day. Something happened on the trails?" I hesitated, unsure how much to share. Would another mountain lion report be taken seriously, or would I be dismissed as an overwrought tourist? "I've had a couple of concerning encounters with wildlife," I said finally. "A mountain lion that seemed to be following me. It even hit the side of my van on the road up here." The ranger's expression shifted from polite interest to sharp attention. "Hit your van? Where exactly?" I pointed to the area of road I had just traveled. "About 2 miles back on one of the switchbacks." He unclipped his radio and spoke into it briefly, reporting the incident and my location. Turning back to me, he said, "I'd like you to follow me to the ranger station. We need to document this properly." 20 minutes later, I was seated in a small office in the Chisos Basin Ranger Station, describing my experiences to the ranger, whose name was Dominguez, and his colleague who had just come on duty for the night shift. They listened with professional attention, asking clarifying questions but showing no sign of disbelief. When I finished, Ranger Dominguez exchanged a glance with his colleague. "This matches other reports we've received," he said, "though the direct contact with your vehicle is new and concerning." "What's going on with this animal?" I asked. "This isn't normal mountain lion behavior." Dominguez sighed. "We're not entirely sure. We've had unusual wildlife patterns this year due to the extended drought. Game animals have altered their movements, which affects predator behavior." His colleague, a younger woman named Ranger Martinez, added, "We've set up trail cameras to try to capture images of this particular cat. So far, we've only gotten partial visuals, enough to confirm it's unusually large but not clear enough for proper study." "What should I do?" I asked. "I need to stay in the park at least through tomorrow to complete my work, but I'm concerned about sleeping in my van after what happened last night." They exchanged another look, and Dominguez said, "We normally don't offer this, but given the circumstances, you can sleep in the employee bunkhouse tonight. It's basic accommodation, but it has solid walls and doors." Relief flooded through me. I'd be incredibly grateful. After completing more paperwork about my encounters, I followed Ranger Martinez to a simple building behind the main station. The bunkhouse was essentially a dormitory for seasonal rangers, a common area with a kitchenette and several small bedrooms with twin beds. "You can take room 3, Martinez said, handing me a key. "Bathroom's at the end of the hall. Checkout is 8 a.m. sharp, as the day shift will need the space." I thanked her profusely and brought in only what I needed for the night from my van. After a quick shower that washed away the day's sweat and grime but did little for my lingering anxiety, I sat on the edge of the narrow bed and tried to process everything that had happened. The mountain lion's behavior was bizarre by any standard. Its apparent focus on me specifically defied rational explanation. Yet here I was, alive and unharmed, beyond a few scratches on my vehicle. If the cat had wanted to attack me directly, it had certainly had opportunities. What did it want then? The question haunted me as I lay down, exhaustion finally overwhelming anxiety. Despite my safe surroundings, my dreams were troubled. Shifting landscapes where canyon walls became living entities, where golden eyes watched from every shadow, where my camera captured images that changed when I reviewed them, revealing truths I didn't want to see. I woke before dawn, disoriented momentarily by the unfamiliar surroundings. The events of the previous day and night came rushing back, along with the realization that I had one final day in Big Bend. Despite everything, I still needed those dawn shots of the desert for my presentation. The question was, would the mountain lion be waiting for me? I left the bunkhouse at first light, nodding to the bleary-eyed ranger coming off night shift. My van sat undisturbed in the parking area, though I circled it carefully, checking for any new marks or signs of tampering. Finding none, I loaded my overnight bag and consulted my park map. For my final shots, I had planned to visit the Dagger Flat area, known for its stands of giant dagger yucca that bloomed spectacularly in spring. It was remote enough to offer the pristine landscape I needed, but accessible enough that I wouldn't be completely isolated. Before setting out, I stopped at the ranger station to report my plans, a precaution that now seemed essential rather than optional. The morning dispatcher noted my intended location and estimated return time, advising me to check in by radio if I would be later than expected. "Any more sightings overnight?" I asked. The dispatcher shook her head. "Nothing reported, but that doesn't mean much. Most visitors are asleep during peak activity hours for mountain lions." I thanked her and headed out, the morning air still cool enough to require a light jacket. The sun was just cresting the eastern horizon as I drove, painting the landscape in that magical golden light photographers chase around the world. Dagger Flat was about 40 minutes from the basin, down winding mountain roads that gradually leveled out into desert terrain. As I drove, I found myself constantly checking my mirrors and scanning the roadside, expecting at any moment to glimpse that tawny shape. The dirt road to Dagger Flat was rough but manageable in my van. I passed no other vehicles, unsurprising for this early hour in a less visited section of the park. The isolation that would normally have delighted me now set my nerves on edge. I parked at the small turnaround at the end of the road and sat for a moment, listening to the ticking of the cooling engine and the subtle sounds of the desert morning, distant bird calls, the rustle of wind through the yucca stands. Everything seemed normal, peaceful even. Taking a deep breath, I gathered my camera gear, water, and bear spray. Today I added a walking stick I sometimes used on rough terrain, both hiking aid and potential defense tool. The dagger yuccas were impressive even from a distance, their thick trunks and sword-like leaves creating dramatic silhouettes against the morning sky. Many were in bloom, their tall, flowering stalks reaching upward like natural monuments. I began photographing immediately, capturing the interplay of light and shadow as the sun rose higher. For nearly an hour, I worked uninterrupted, moving among the yuccas to find different angles and compositions. The creative focus was therapeutic, temporarily pushing aside my anxiety about the mountain lion. This was why I had come to Big Bend, to document its harsh beauty, its resilient life forms, its ancient geological story. I was lining up a shot of a particularly spectacular yucca bloom when I heard it, a subtle displacement of air, like something large moving quietly nearby. I lowered my camera slowly and turned, scanning the landscape. Nothing moved among the yuccas or the scattered boulders. Yet the feeling of being observed was overwhelming, raising goosebumps on my arms despite the now warm morning air. "I know you're there," I said aloud, surprised by the steadiness of my voice. "Show yourself." Silence answered me. I raised my camera again, ostensibly returning to my work, but actually using the zoom lens to systematically search the surrounding area. Through the magnification, I examined each shadow, each potential hiding place. The flash of movement came from an unexpected direction, behind a yucca I had already photographed, perhaps 30 yards to my left. I swiveled the camera quickly, focusing on the spot. There it was, the mountain lion, partially concealed behind the yucca's broad base but clearly visible through my telephoto lens. It was watching me with that same unsettling intentness I had seen at Santa Elena Canyon. My finger automatically pressed the shutter button, capturing the image before conscious thought caught up. The sound seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet desert. The cat's ears flicked at the camera's click, but it made no move to retreat. Instead, it stepped fully into view, revealing its impressive size. In the clear morning light, I could see details I had missed before. A notch in its right ear, a pattern of darker spots on its hindquarters that was unusual for mountain lions, and those extraordinary eyes, almost luminous even without the reflection of artificial light. I took another photo, then another, professional instinct temporarily overriding fear. The cat watched me, neither approaching nor retreating. Its tail swished slowly, not the agitated lashing that would indicate imminent attack, but a more contemplative movement. "What do you want?" I asked softly, not expecting an answer. To my amazement, the mountain lion sat down on its haunches, still watching me. The posture was almost dog-like, incongruous for a wild predator. It reminded me of encounters I'd had with animals in places where humans had habituated them through feeding, a comparison that did nothing to ease my concern. I slowly lowered my camera and stood very still, considering my options. Running was out of the question. I could try to back away toward my van, but it was a considerable distance, and any retreat might trigger predatory instincts. As I deliberated, the mountain lion rose again and took a few steps toward me, moving with that fluid grace that made even simple locomotion seem like a demonstration of power. It stopped perhaps 20 yards away, still a safe distance but close enough that I could now see it without the aid of my zoom lens. Then it did something I still struggle to explain. It lowered its massive head to the ground and appeared to nudge something forward with its nose, pushing an object toward me across the desert floor. I stared in disbelief, unable to process what I was seeing. The cat repeated the motion, clearly moving something intentionally in my direction, then backed up several steps and sat again, as if waiting. Curiosity overcame caution. I raised my camera and zoomed in on the object the lion had pushed toward me. Through the lens, I could make out a small, dark shape against the pale desert soil. It appeared to be a piece of leather or fabric, weathered and discolored. Keeping one eye on the mountain lion, I took a few cautious steps forward, then a few more. The cat remained seated, watching with those unnerving golden eyes. When I was close enough to see the object clearly without my camera, I stopped short. It was a leather wallet, cracked and faded from exposure, partially covered with dust. With a growing sense of unreality, I took another step forward, then crouched to pick it up. The wallet was old and weathered, but still intact enough that I could open it. Inside, I found a Texas driver's license issued to Howard Gaines, with an expiration date from 3 years earlier. There was also a faded photograph of a middle-aged man standing proudly beside a hiking trail marker for the South Rim Trail in Big Bend. My mind raced as I turned the wallet over in my hands. Had the mountain lion found this somewhere in the park? Had it belonged to a hiker who died in the backcountry? Why would the cat bring it to me specifically? I looked up to find the mountain lion still watching me, its expression, if animals can be said to have expressions, unreadable yet somehow expectant. "What is this?" I asked, holding up the wallet. "What am I supposed to do with this?" In response, the cat stood and turned, taking a few steps away before looking back at me. The message seemed clear: follow me. Every rational instinct screamed against following a mountain lion into the desert. Yet something deeper than rationality pulled me forward. I checked that my bear spray was accessible, gripped my walking stick more firmly, and began to follow, maintaining what I hoped was a safe distance. The cat led me on a winding path through the yucca stand and into a more open area dotted with boulders. It moved unhurriedly, pausing occasionally to ensure I was still following. We traveled perhaps a quarter-mile before it stopped beside a large rock formation. The mountain lion looked at me, then at something near the base of the rocks. When I hesitated, it repeated the gesture, nudging the ground with its nose. Moving cautiously, I approached the spot, keeping the cat in my peripheral vision. It backed away slightly, giving me space. What I found was a small cairn of stones, clearly human-made, partially concealed by desert vegetation. The arrangement was deliberate, not a natural occurrence. Kneeling beside it, I began carefully removing the stones, unsure what I expected to find. Beneath the cairn was a shallow depression containing a small metal box, the kind used by hikers for emergency supplies or geocaching. I lifted it out, aware of the mountain lion's eyes on me as I worked. The box opened easily, revealing a small notebook wrapped in plastic, a faded park map, and a disposable lighter. The notebook was a trail journal, its pages filled with handwritten observations about Big Bend's wildlife and terrain. I flipped to the final entry, dated 3 years earlier. April 17th, day 4 on South Rim, following tracks of what might be largest mountain lion I've ever seen. Golden eyes visible in flashlight beam last night. Fascinating coloration, almost gray in patches. Will attempt to photograph tomorrow if possible. Something strange about this cat. It seems to be following me rather than the other way around, not behaving like typical cougar. Will report to rangers when I return. The journal ended there, with no further entries. With a growing sense of unease, I checked the name inscribed on the inside cover, Howard Gaines, wildlife photographer. I looked up at the mountain lion, which had settled onto its haunches about 15 feet away, watching me with those same golden eyes described in the journal. "Did you lead him here too?" I asked softly. The cat blinked slowly, its gaze never leaving mine. I replaced the journal in the box and carefully gathered the entire cache, including the wallet. Whatever had happened to Howard Gaines, his belongings deserved to be returned to the park authorities or his family. Standing slowly, I addressed the mountain lion again, feeling slightly ridiculous, yet compelled to speak. "I'm taking these back. People should know what happened here." To my astonishment, the cat rose and dipped its head in what almost seemed like acknowledgement. Then it turned and walked away, its powerful shoulders rolling beneath that unusual gray-tinted coat, its long tail sweeping from side to side as it disappeared among the rocks. I stood watching until it was completely gone, then began the walk back to my van, clutching the box and wallet like talismans. My mind struggled to process what had just happened. A wild predator that behaved with apparent purpose and intelligence beyond what biology could explain. At the ranger station, I presented my findings to a visibly shocked Ranger Dominguez. A search of park records confirmed that Howard Gaines had been reported missing 3 years earlier after failing to return from a solo backcountry hike. Despite extensive search efforts, no trace of him had been found until now. "And you're saying the mountain lion led you to this?" Dominguez asked, clear skepticism in his voice despite his professional demeanor. "I know how it sounds," I replied. "But yes, that's exactly what happened. It deliberately showed me where to find these items." He studied me for a long moment, then sighed. "We've had stories about the Chisos cat for generations. Most of us dismiss them as park legends, but occasionally—" He trailed off, shaking his head. "I've been here 23 years and I've seen things I can't explain. This park has its mysteries. I spent hours completing reports and talking to various officials. By late afternoon, I was exhausted, but also strangely at peace. Whatever had happened, whatever connection existed between the mountain lion and Howard Gaines, I had done what I could to bring closure." As I finally prepared to leave Big Bend, driving toward the park exit with my camera full of stunning images, I found myself scanning the roadside vegetation one last time. Part of me hoped for a final glimpse of that extraordinary predator with the golden eyes. The desert offered no such parting gift. The landscape stretched empty and beautiful around me, its secrets once again concealed beneath an impassive exterior. Yet as I crossed the park boundary, I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere in those ancient canyons and rugged mountains, intelligent eyes were watching, not with malice, but with a wild awareness that defied human understanding. I've returned to Big Bend several times since then, always half expecting to encounter the mountain lion again. It has never reappeared, at least not to me. But park rangers occasionally mention unusual sightings, a larger-than-normal cat with distinctive coloration, often described as appearing when hikers are in distress or lost. Some mysteries resist explanation. Some experiences change us in ways we can't articulate. What I know for certain is this: In the vast wilderness of Big Bend, I briefly crossed paths with something that existed at the boundary between the world we think we understand and something older, wilder, and more knowing. And in that crossing, I glimpsed a truth about our place in the natural order, not as masters or even as observers, but as participants in a story far larger and stranger than we can comprehend. It was the summer of 1995 when the idea of going on a camping trip first emerged during a late-night conversation at Antonio's Pizzeria. Jason, my closest friend since elementary school, had spent weeks complaining about his soul-crushing desk job at an insurance firm. Our friend William wasn't faring much better, stuck in a warehouse moving boxes for minimum wage, while I drifted between temporary positions that offered neither satisfaction nor stability. "I need to get away from this city," Jason said, stabbing at his pizza with unusual aggression, "just for a few days, somewhere without fluorescent lights and ringing phones." The sentiment resonated with all of us. We were 26 years old and already felt trapped in lives that seemed to stretch endlessly before us, an unbroken chain of monotonous days. We needed something to disrupt the pattern, to remind us of a time when possibilities still felt unlimited. "We could go camping," William suggested after a long silence. "Nothing fancy, just a weekend in the woods." The idea took hold immediately. After some discussion, we settled on Harold Parker State Forest as our destination. Located just an hour's drive north of Cambridge, it was close enough for convenience, but vast enough, over 3,000 acres of dense pine and oak, to provide the genuine wilderness escape we craved. We'd visited once before, years earlier, for a day hike. 3 nights in early October would be perfect, we decided, after the summer crowds had dispersed, but before the New England weather turned too cold and wet. With our meager resources pooled together, we began assembling our gear. My rusted blue hatchback, which had barely passed its last inspection, would serve as our transportation. Jason managed to unearth his father's ancient 2-man tent from his parents' garage. Despite a few patched holes, it remained serviceable, though its limited capacity meant William would need his own shelter. A small 1-person tent he purchased cheaply from an Army-Navy surplus store. We divided the remaining essentials: sleeping bags, a small propane stove, a cooler for food and beer, cooking utensils. William added a fishing rod, while I contributed some waterproof tarps in case of rain. A folded park map completed our preparations, and we considered ourselves ready for what we imagined would be a simple, rejuvenating weekend among the trees. None of us could have anticipated what awaited us in those woods. The drive north on that Friday afternoon remains vivid in my memory, a final moment of uncomplicated joy before everything changed. The October sun hung bright in a cloudless sky as we sped along the highway, windows down despite the autumn chill, music blasting from the car's aging speakers. Jason occupied the passenger seat, tapping his fingers against the dashboard in time with "Born to be Wild," while William lounged in the back, occasionally passing forward beers from the small cooler at his feet. "This is exactly what we needed," William shouted over the music, and Jason and I nodded our agreement. In that moment we felt unburdened, free from the weight of dead-end jobs and mounting bills. We were escaping, if only temporarily. The forest emerged before us gradually, first as scattered trees flanking the highway, then as dense woodland that seemed to swallow the narrow road leading to the park entrance. By the time we arrived at the gravel parking lot near the front gate, dusk had begun to settle, casting long shadows across the ground. Only one other vehicle, a red pickup truck, occupied the lot. After depositing our entrance fee in the self-service payment box, we consulted our map and selected a campsite near Berry Pond, approximately half a mile from the parking area. We shouldered our packs and set off down the trail, the dying light filtering through the canopy above us. The forest grew eerily quiet as we walked, our footsteps and occasional comments the only sounds disturbing the stillness. I remember noticing how the trees seemed to close in around the narrow path, branches reaching toward one another as if attempting to form a tunnel overhead. The campsite, when we reached it, was a flat clearing surrounded by towering pines. A stone fire ring occupied its center, and beyond the trees, perhaps 50 yards distant, I could make out the gleaming surface of Berry Pond, reflecting the purple-orange hues of the setting sun. Perfect, Jason declared, dropping his pack to the ground. Absolutely perfect. We worked efficiently to establish our camp before darkness fell completely. Jason and I erected the two-man tent while William set up his smaller shelter nearby. I gathered fallen branches for firewood as Jason organized our food supplies. William disappeared briefly to explore the immediate surroundings, returning with a detailed report on the path to the pond and the location of the nearest outhouse facility. By the time full darkness enveloped the forest, we had a modest fire burning in the stone ring. We sat around it on a fallen log that William and I had dragged into position, cooking hot dogs on sharpened sticks and heating beans in a dented pot I'd salvaged from my mother's basement. The simple meal tasted inexplicably delicious in the open air. We passed a bottle of whiskey between us, taking measured sips and watching the flames dance. Above us, stars began to appear in unprecedented numbers, far from the light pollution of Cambridge. "You can actually see the Milky Way out here," William observed, leaning back to stare upward. "When was the last time we saw that?" I couldn't remember. The night sky in the city was a flat, dull thing, but here it possessed depth and dimension, a vast expanse that seemed both magnificent and vaguely threatening in its immensity. Our conversation drifted, as it often did, to reminiscences of our shared past and complaints about our present circumstances. The fire crackled, sending occasional sparks spiraling upward toward the stars. Beyond our small circle of light, the forest had transformed into an impenetrable wall of darkness, suggesting rather than revealing its contours. "Did you hear that?" William asked abruptly, interrupting Jason's story about his overbearing supervisor. We fell silent, straining to detect whatever had caught William's attention. For several long seconds, I heard nothing but the gentle popping of the fire. Then, distantly, came a sound that might have been a branch snapping. "Probably just a deer," Jason suggested. "Or maybe a raccoon." William nodded, but I noticed how his eyes continued to scan the darkness beyond our campsite. Something in his expression, a tightness around his mouth, a slight furrow between his brows, suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. The moment passed, and our conversation resumed, though with noticeably less enthusiasm. By midnight, the fire had burned down to glowing embers, and exhaustion from the drive and setup had caught up with us. We decided to turn in, planning an early start for hiking the following day. As I zipped myself into my sleeping bag beside Jason in our shared tent, I felt an unexpected wave of unease wash over me. Outside, the forest had fallen completely silent. No rustling leaves, no nocturnal animals, no distant owls. Just a perfect, absolute stillness that felt somehow watchful rather than peaceful. I dismissed the feeling as imagination fueled by too many campfire stories from my youth and closed my eyes, allowing exhaustion to pull me under. My last thought before sleep claimed me was a fleeting hope that the weather would remain clear for our planned hike tomorrow. I had no way of knowing that weather would soon become the least of our concerns. Saturday morning arrived bright and crisp, sunlight filtering through the tent fabric to create a warm amber glow. I awoke feeling refreshed, my previous night's unease forgotten. Jason still slumbered beside me, one arm flung dramatically across his face to shield his eyes from the increasingly insistent light. Outside, I found William already awake, hunched over the rekindled fire with a battered coffee pot balanced precariously on the stones. "Morning," he greeted me without looking up. "Sleep well?" "Like a rock," I replied, stretching my arms overhead. "What's on the agenda today?" William gestured toward the map spread on the ground beside him. "There's a trail that loops around the pond and then heads up to an overlook, about 3 miles total. Thought we might try that after breakfast." The proposed hike sounded perfect, challenging enough to feel like an accomplishment, but not so demanding that it would exhaust us completely. Jason emerged from the tent shortly after, hair disheveled and eyes still heavy with sleep. After a simple breakfast of instant oatmeal and more coffee, we packed water bottles and trail mix into day packs and set off. The path around Berry Pond proved narrow and occasionally steep, winding between ancient trees whose gnarled roots formed natural steps on the more challenging inclines. The morning air carried an invigorating chill, and the forest buzzed with activity, birds flitting from branch to branch, squirrels chattering indignantly at our intrusion, leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. Yet as we progressed deeper into the woods, I began to notice peculiarities. Twice we passed trees with unusual markings, not the standard trailblazes used by park services, but crude symbols carved directly into the bark. They resembled arrows pointing deeper into the forest, away from the established path. Probably just some kids messing around, Jason suggested when I pointed them out. William frowned. Defacing trees in a state park is illegal, he noted, running his fingers over one of the carvings. And these look fresh. I found myself glancing more frequently into the dense undergrowth that flanked our trail. The pristine beauty that had so captivated me earlier now seemed to conceal something vaguely sinister. I found myself imagining eyes watching from between the trees, tracking our movement through the forest. Ridiculous, of course. Just an overactive imagination stimulated by unusual surroundings. The trail gradually steepened as we approached the overlook, requiring more concentration to navigate. We climbed in silence, conserving breath for the exertion. When we finally reached the summit, a rocky outcropping that extended beyond the tree line, the view momentarily banished all unsettling thoughts. The forest stretched before us in a vast carpet of green and gold, autumn beginning to paint the landscape with brilliant hues. In the distance beyond the trees, we could make out small towns, their white church steeples rising like fingers pointing toward the cloudless sky. Directly below us, Berry Pond gleamed in the sunlight, a perfect mirror reflecting the surrounding woodland. "Worth every step," William declared, settling onto a flat rock and extracting the bag of trail mix from his pack. We lingered at the overlook for nearly an hour, passing the trail mix between us and identifying landmarks visible from our elevated position. The ranger station, the main highway, a distant water tower, each familiar element served as a reassuring reminder that civilization remained within reach, despite the seeming isolation of our present location. When we finally began our descent, I noticed William pausing to study something partially concealed beneath a rock near the trail. "What is it?" I asked, backtracking to his position. He hesitated before answering. "Probably nothing," he said, but he carefully photographed whatever he'd found before continuing down the path. Later, as we approached our campsite, I asked him again. "It looked like a small animal skeleton," he admitted, "but arranged in a pattern, like someone had deliberately positioned the bones in a specific formation." "Kids again?" Jason suggested, but his tone lacked conviction. William shrugged. "Maybe, but it seemed deliberate, ritualistic almost." The observation hung between us, creating an uncomfortable silence that persisted until we reached our camp. The afternoon passed pleasantly enough as we occupied ourselves with various tasks, gathering more firewood, filtering water from the pond, attempting unsuccessfully to catch fish for dinner. Yet William's description of the arranged bones lingered in my thoughts, an unwelcome intrusion that I couldn't entirely dismiss. That evening, as darkness once again claimed the forest, we sat around the fire eating freeze-dried stew heated over the portable stove. Our conversation seemed forced, punctuated by unusually long silences during which we all appeared to be listening for something beyond the normal sounds of the forest night. "Anyone else notice we haven't seen any other campers?" Jason eventually asked. "That truck in the parking lot yesterday. Whoever it belongs to must be camping somewhere nearby, but we haven't run into them." "It's a big forest," I replied. "Over 3,000 acres. Easy enough to miss each other." William nodded his agreement, but added, "Still, most people stick to the established campsites. There are only 5 in this section of the park." We fell silent again, each considering the implications. 5 designated campsites, yet we had encountered no one during our full day of hiking. "Maybe they left early this morning," Jason suggested, "or they're serious backpackers camping somewhere off-trail." The explanation seemed reasonable, but it did little to dispel the growing sense of isolation I felt. As if reading my thoughts, William suddenly stood and walked to the edge of our campsite, peering into the darkness. "What's wrong?" I called after him. He returned slowly, his expression troubled. "I thought I saw a light, just for a second, through the trees." Jason and I both turned to look in the direction William indicated. but I saw nothing but unbroken darkness. "Probably just moonlight reflecting off the pond," Jason offered. William didn't argue, but I noticed he positioned himself so that he could keep watch in that direction as our evening continued. By the time we retired to our tents, I found myself unusually eager for the security of zipped nylon walls, flimsy as they objectively were. Sleep came less easily that night. I lay awake beside Jason, listening to the sounds of the forest, which now seemed dramatically amplified compared to the previous evening. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves, every distant call of a night bird seemed to carry significance, a coded message I couldn't decipher but sensed I should understand. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were fragmented and disturbing. Images of trees with watching eyes, paths that circled endlessly back on themselves, and crude symbols carved into flesh rather than bark. I woke several times, heart racing, before finally falling into a deeper sleep sometime after midnight. I had no way of knowing that the true nightmare still awaited us. Sunday unfolded much like the previous day. Clear skies, moderate temperatures, and a morning hike along a different trail, this one leading to a series of small waterfalls that cascaded over moss-covered rocks. The beauty of the scenery helped distract from the lingering unease that had settled over us, and by mid-afternoon, as we returned to our campsite, our spirits had improved considerably. Jason, exhausted from the longer hike, retreated to the tent for a nap, while William and I gathered more firewood and prepared an early dinner. The autumn sun set quickly, painting the sky in dramatic oranges and reds before surrendering to darkness. After eating and sharing stories around the fire, we decided to retire early, all of us feeling the physical toll of 2 days of hiking. "Last night in the woods," William observed as he zipped his tent closed. "Back to reality tomorrow." The thought carried a mixture of regret and relief. Despite the occasional moments of unease, the trip had largely accomplished its purpose, providing a much-needed break from our daily routines and offering a reminder of the world beyond our narrow urban existence. I crawled into the tent beside Jason, who was already snoring softly, and settled into my sleeping bag. Outside, the forest had fallen unnaturally quiet again, but exhaustion quickly overcame any anxiety this might have provoked, and I drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep. I awoke disoriented, unsure what had disturbed me. The air inside the tent felt wrong, unusually cold and damp. I fumbled for my flashlight, clicking it on to discover the tent flap unzipped and gaping open. Jason's sleeping bag lay empty beside me, his boots gone. I checked my watch, 4:37 a.m. My initial assumption was that he had stepped out to relieve himself, but as minutes passed without his return, concern began to build. I sat up, directing my flashlight beam through the open flap into the darkness beyond. Nothing moved in the small circle of illumination it provided. "Jason?" I called softly, not wanting to wake William unnecessarily. No response. I pulled on my boots and jacket, noting that Jason's jacket remained in the tent, wadded in the corner where he had left it before sleeping. The night was cold, mid-40s at best, too cold to be wandering the forest without proper clothing. "Jason?" I called again, louder this time as I stepped outside the tent. The campsite appeared exactly as we had left it hours earlier. Embers still glowing faintly in the fire ring, our cooking equipment stacked neatly on the flat stone we'd been using as a table. I swept my flashlight in a slow arc, illuminating the surrounding trees, but saw no sign of Jason. "What's happening?" William's voice startled me as he emerged from his tent, flashlight in hand. "Jason's gone," I explained, trying to keep my voice steady. "I woke up and he wasn't in the tent." William's expression shifted from confusion to concern. "How long has he been missing?" "I don't know. I just woke up maybe 5 minutes ago and found his sleeping bag empty." We called Jason's name in unison, our voices echoing unnaturally in the quiet forest. No answer came. "He might be sleepwalking," William suggested. "He mentioned doing that as a kid, right?" The possibility hadn't occurred to me, but I recalled Jason sharing stories about childhood sleepwalking episodes, once making it all the way to his backyard before his parents discovered him. "Worth checking," I agreed, feeling marginally reassured by this potential explanation. "Let's widen our search." We moved beyond the immediate campsite, flashlights cutting through the darkness as we called Jason's name. The beam of my light revealed only tree trunks, underbrush, and occasional animal eyes reflecting back at me, small, frightened creatures disturbed by our presence. After 15 minutes of fruitless searching, we returned to the campsite to formulate a more systematic approach. The forest had begun to take on an oppressive quality, the darkness between the trees seeming denser, more substantial than mere absence of light. My breath formed small clouds in the cold air as William spread the map on the ground, illuminating it with his flashlight. "We should establish a search pattern," he said, his voice remarkably calm despite the circumstances. "Move outward in concentric circles from the camp, but we should stay together. Getting separated now would only complicate things." I nodded my agreement, grateful for his practical approach. We set off again, maintaining careful distance between ourselves and the campsite, calling Jason's name at regular intervals. The ground sloped downward as we progressed, and roots threatened to trip us in the inadequate light of our flashlights. An hour into our search, William suddenly stopped, extending his arm to halt my progress. He directed his flashlight beam toward a bush several yards to our right. Something pale was caught in its branches. My heart constricted as we approached. Snagged on the bush's thorns was a gray knit cap, unmistakably Jason's, the one he'd been wearing throughout our trip. "This doesn't make sense," William murmured, carefully removing the cap from the thorns. We intensified our calling, desperation now evident in our voices. Approximately 50 feet beyond where we'd found the cap, my flashlight revealed a sock lying in the dirt. Further on, we discovered its mate. Then, in relatively quick succession, Jason's jeans crumpled on the ground, his t-shirt draped over a low-hanging branch, and finally, his boxer shorts discarded in a small clearing. The items formed a trail, leading us deeper into the forest along a deliberate path. Each discovery intensified my growing dread, a cold weight settling in my stomach as we followed this bizarre breadcrumb trail through the darkness. "Could he be having some kind of psychotic episode?" William whispered as we continued forward. "Maybe something triggered a breakdown?" I had no better explanation to offer. Jason had shown no signs of mental distress during our trip. Quite the opposite, in fact. He had seemed more relaxed and content than I'd seen him in months. We continued forward, moving more cautiously now, calling Jason's name with diminishing hope of response. The forest floor had become increasingly uneven, forcing us to watch our footing carefully. When William suddenly gasped and stumbled backward into me, I nearly lost my balance. "What?" I began, but the question died in my throat as I shifted my flashlight beam to follow his. There, illuminated in our combined light, lay a human body on the ground approximately 10 yards ahead of us. It was positioned on its back, limbs splayed unnaturally. Even from this distance, one horrifying detail was immediately apparent. The body had no head. Where the neck ended, there was only a surprisingly neat stump, surrounded by a dark stain that had soaked into the earth. The shock paralyzed me. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't process what I was seeing. My brain refused the information my eyes provided, searching desperately for alternative explanations. A mannequin, perhaps, or an elaborate Halloween prop abandoned in the woods. But I knew, with devastating certainty, that what lay before us was real. The body was Jason's, his build, his pale skin now rendered ghostly white in death, unmarked except for that terrible wound at the neck. Beside me, William made a strangled sound somewhere between a gasp and a sob. He turned away, bent double, and retched violently into the underbrush. The sudden movement broke my paralysis, and I stumbled backward, nearly falling as my legs threatened to give way beneath me. "It's not him," William gasped when he could speak again, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "It can't be him." But even as he denied the evidence before us, his voice cracked with the knowledge that he was wrong. He began calling Jason's name again, his cries becoming increasingly frantic, reverberating through the silent forest with no response. I remained frozen, unable to look away from the headless body. The cut was impossibly clean, almost surgical in its precision. There were no signs of struggle, no other wounds visible on the corpse. Just that single, decisive severance that had separated Jason's head from his body. And the head itself was nowhere to be seen. The next hours exist in my memory as a series of fragmented images rather than a coherent narrative. William, eventually accepting the horrible reality before us, collapsing to his knees in grief. The long, stumbling journey back to our campsite, guided more by blind instinct than any clear sense of direction. The first gray light of dawn breaking through the trees as we reached my car and drove with reckless speed toward the ranger station. The rangers' initial skepticism giving way to grim professionalism as they radioed for police and emergency services. The return to the forest with authorities, leading them along the same terrible path we had traveled hours earlier. Their stunned silence when confronted with Jason's mutilated body, followed by the methodical documentation of the scene. Then came the questions, endless, repetitive inquiries delivered with increasing suspicion as the hours wore on. Where were we when it happened? What had we heard? Did Jason have enemies who might have known about our trip? We were separated for questioning, me at the campsite and William near the pond. I could see in the officers' expressions that we had become suspects. Their theory, never explicitly stated but clearly implied, was that William and I had quarreled with Jason, killed him in a violent dispute, and then concocted an elaborate story to cover our actions. Our camping equipment was confiscated as evidence. Clothing, gear, cooking utensils, even the small pocket knives we had used to prepare food. We didn't object. We had nothing to hide, and our only desire was to distance ourselves from this nightmare as quickly as possible. By mid-afternoon, we were transported to the local police station for formal questioning. The interrogation room matched every cliché from crime shows I had watched. Small, gray, with a metal table bolted to the floor and an obvious one-way mirror on one wall. A detective sat across from me, asking the same questions the uniformed officers had, rephrasing them slightly each time as if hoping to catch me in a contradiction. I told the truth, repeatedly and consistently. I had awakened to find Jason missing, initiated a search with William, discovered the trail of discarded clothing, and ultimately found the body. The detective remained impassive, scribbling notes and occasionally leaning forward to ask if Jason and I had argued during the trip, or if I had harbored any resentment toward him. The implication infuriated me. Jason had been my friend since childhood. The suggestion that I might have decapitated him, and for what reason, some trivial camping dispute, was so absurd it would have been laughable in any other context. After several hours, they released us with instructions not to leave the state. William and I were reunited briefly in the station lobby, both of us shell-shocked and exhausted. We exchanged phone numbers with promises to check in daily, both for support and to share any developments from the investigation. The following weeks passed in a blur of police interviews, forensic reports, and increasing paranoia. The initial autopsy confirmed what seemed obvious. Jason had died from decapitation. The wound was described as consistent with a single high-velocity cut from a sharp, heavy blade, something like a machete or large hunting knife. No such weapon was found at the scene or in our possession. No fingerprints except our own were discovered on Jason's discarded clothing, and despite extensive searching by police and forestry officials, Jason's head was never recovered. The investigation continued for months, but without new evidence or alternative suspects, it eventually lost momentum. William and I remained under suspicion, though no formal charges were ever filed. The case gradually cooled until it was officially classified as unsolved. William moved across the country 6 months later, unable to bear the weight of lingering suspicion and constant reminders of what we had experienced. We maintained sporadic contact, but our conversations became increasingly strained, each of us serving as an unwelcome reminder to the other of that night in the forest. I remained in Cambridge, but my life disintegrated around me. I lost jobs because I couldn't maintain concentration, relationships because I couldn't explain what haunted me, and eventually my apartment because I couldn't pay rent. I drank heavily, seeking oblivion but finding only temporary numbness. Sleep became my enemy. On the rare nights when alcohol didn't render me unconscious, nightmares waited, always the same scene playing out with slight variations. Jason walking away from me through the trees, stripping off his clothes piece by piece, me following, calling his name without response. And when he finally turned to face me, the absence where his head should have been, I'd wake gasping, drenched in sweat, convinced for terrifying moments that I was still in that tent, about to discover Jason missing. The boundary between nightmare and memory blurred until both seemed equally real, equally inescapable. Friends drifted away, unable to penetrate the wall of trauma I had constructed around myself. My girlfriend stayed longer than most, but ultimately left when I couldn't articulate what I was experiencing and refused professional help. I didn't blame her. How could I? I was disintegrating, and she had her own life to consider. Rock bottom arrived 3 years after the incident. I lost another temporary job, stopped leaving my apartment, and eventually stopped eating. My sister, who had been monitoring me from a distance, intervened when I failed to answer her calls for several days. She found me semi-conscious, severely dehydrated, surrounded by empty bottles and unwashed laundry. The psychiatric ward where she took me provided structure, if not healing. Medications dulled the edges of my terror, but couldn't eliminate it entirely. Upon release, my sister insisted I enter an intensive cognitive behavioral therapy program, twice weekly sessions focused on processing traumatic experiences. The therapist suggested writing not just about the event itself, but about everything surrounding it. The anticipation of the trip, the beauty of the forest, the friendship that had brought us together, and the horror that had torn us apart. By contextualizing the trauma, she explained, I might reduce its power over me. It helped, marginally. The nightmares became less frequent, though no less vivid when they occurred. I found temporary work that eventually became permanent. I established a routine that, while solitary, provided stability. From the outside, I appeared to be recovering. But recovery is relative. I never returned to Harold Parker State Forest or any forest. The sight of dense trees from a highway is enough to trigger panic attacks that leave me gasping for breath, white-knuckled and dizzy. I avoid camping equipment displays in stores and change the channel when wilderness survival shows appear on television. The question that haunts me most frequently isn't who killed Jason, though that remains painfully unresolved. Rather, I find myself wondering why his clothes were removed and arranged in that deliberate trail. What purpose did this serve? Was it meant to lure us deeper into the forest? If so, why were we left alive when Jason was so brutally murdered? Occasionally, in moments of morbid speculation, I wonder where Jason's head might be. Does it rest at the bottom of Berry Pond, weighted down with stones? Is it buried somewhere in those 3,000 acres of woodland? Or did the killer take it as a trophy, some grotesque memento of a night that destroyed multiple lives? The most terrifying possibility, the one that still jolts me awake on bad nights, is that whoever killed Jason remains in those woods. That the mysterious truck we saw in the parking lot belonged to someone who watches and waits for victims, not indiscriminately, but selectively, with purpose and planning. Someone who might still be there, walking the same trails we walked, waiting for the next group of friends seeking temporary escape from their ordinary lives. The authorities have long since abandoned the case. Jason's parents have moved away, unable to endure the constant reminders of their loss. William rarely responds to my messages anymore, having built a new life that allows little space for the past. Only I remain tethered to that night, unable to move forward and unwilling to forget. The psychiatrists call it post-traumatic stress disorder, as if naming the condition somehow contains it, defines its boundaries. But some experiences defy categorization, existing in a realm beyond clinical terminology. I am functional now, working a modest job, maintaining a small apartment, occasionally engaging in what passes for a social life. From the outside, I appear healed, or at least significantly improved. But inside, I remain fractured, forever altered by what I witnessed in those woods. The person I was before that weekend, optimistic, ambitious, trusting, never returned from Harold Parker State Forest. Like my friend, that version of myself was lost among the trees, never to be recovered. And just like Jason's killer, the truth about what happened that night remains hidden in the darkness, watching and waiting, always just beyond the reach of understanding. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Plain envelope, postmarked from a town I'd never heard of in northern Idaho. Inside was a deed and a handwritten note that would change everything. Property transfer, 40 acres, Echo Lake, Idaho. Cabin and surrounding wilderness. Former owner James Blackstone, deceased. New owner, you. The note was brief. You don't know me, but I knew your grandfather. This property has been abandoned for 2 decades. He always wanted you to have it when the time was right. That time is now. The keys are under the 3rd rock to the left of the front door. I'm sorry. No signature. Just a crude map drawn on the back showing how to reach the property from the nearest town. Whispering Pines. Population 842. I stared at the papers spread across my kitchen table, trying to make sense of it. My grandfather had died before I was born. My mother rarely spoke of him, and when she did, her voice would take on an edge that warned against further questions. All I knew was that he'd been some kind of wilderness expert who disappeared in the mountains. No body was ever found. And now apparently I owned his cabin. The timing was almost eerie. I'd just been laid off from my accounting job of 8 years, the severance package sitting untouched in my bank account. My apartment lease was ending next month, and my girlfriend of 3 years had decided last week that she needed space. Everything that had anchored me was coming untethered all at once. Maybe this was exactly what I needed. A chance to escape, to reset, to connect with the grandfather I'd never known. 2 weeks later, I was driving my old Toyota pickup along a rutted dirt road that barely deserved the name. The GPS had lost signal hours ago, forcing me to rely on the hand-drawn map. The forest pressed in on both sides, thick pines and firs creating tunnels of shadow even in midday. I'd passed the last signs of civilization, a gas station with ancient pumps, nearly 50 miles back. My stomach clenched with each mile deeper into nowhere. What was I doing? I was a city guy, comfortable with spreadsheets and coffee shops, not wilderness and isolation. Yet something pulled me forward. Curiosity, maybe. Or desperation. The road ended abruptly at a wall of trees. According to the map, I needed to continue on foot for another mile, following a barely visible trail. I grabbed my backpack, loaded with supplies, and locked the truck. No one was likely to steal it out here, but old habits die hard. The trail wound through dense forest, occasionally opening up to reveal glimpses of mountains in the distance. The late afternoon sun filtered through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. Despite my urban instincts screaming caution, I found myself breathing deeper than I had in years. The air was clean, scented with pine and earth. Then I heard it, water lapping against a shore. Pushing through a final screen of bushes, I emerged onto the edge of Echo Lake. The water stretched before me, crystal clear and still as glass, reflecting the mountains that surrounded it. And there, perched on a small rise about 50 yards from the shore, stood the cabin. It wasn't what I'd expected. No rustic log structure, but a substantial craftsman-style building of dark wood and stone. 2 stories, with a wide porch wrapped around the front and one side. A stone chimney climbed up the far wall. Despite obviously being abandoned for years, it seemed solid, well built. As I approached, I noticed details that sent shivers along my spine. Strange carvings adorned the porch posts and door frame. Not decorative, but primitive symbols that seemed to form a pattern around the entryway. Above the door hung a weathered antler rack from some massive deer or elk. Following the instructions, I found the key under the 3rd rock to the left of the steps. It was old and heavy, made of iron that had developed a patina of rust. It turned with surprising ease in the lock. The door swung open with a creak that seemed to echo across the lake, giving the place its name. I stepped inside, into air that smelled of dust, old wood, and something else I couldn't identify, something musty and primal. The interior was dim, with sunlight filtering through dirty windows. A large main room held furniture draped in sheets, bookshelves lining one wall, and a massive stone fireplace. A kitchen area occupied one corner with old-fashioned appliances and cabinets. A central staircase led to the 2nd floor. But what caught my attention was the far wall. It was covered with maps, notes, photographs, and newspaper clippings, all interconnected with red string, like something from a detective show. At the center was a large topographical map of the surrounding wilderness, with certain areas circled in red. I moved closer, brushing away cobwebs. The yellowed newspaper clippings had headlines that made my blood run cold. Third hiker disappears in Anasazi Wilderness. Search called off for missing forest ranger. Local man claims to have photographed forest guardian. Next to the last one was a blurry photograph of what appeared to be a tall, dark figure standing between trees. Someone had scrawled across it, "Not a guardian, a watcher." Thumbtacked next to this were pages of handwritten notes in what I assumed was my grandfather's handwriting. The script was tight and precise, detailing observations of strange sounds, unusual tracks found in mud, and theories about territorial boundaries. One passage caught my eye. They're intelligent, more than animals. They avoid cameras and traps. They know when they're being hunted, but they're also curious. I've felt eyes on me for weeks now. Last night, something walked around the cabin for hours, testing the doors, pressing against the windows. The symbols are holding, but for how long? They want something, or someone. My hands trembled as I read. Was my grandfather delusional? Or was there something to his claims? The forest suddenly seemed darker, the shadows deeper. A sound from upstairs made me freeze. A soft thump like something heavy shifting position. I held my breath, listening. Nothing but silence followed, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding thin and weak. No answer. Probably just the house settling, I told myself. Old buildings make noises. That's normal. I decided to check upstairs before I lost my nerve. The wooden stairs creaked under my weight as I climbed, one hand on the banister, the other clutching my flashlight like a weapon. The second floor had a central hallway with 4 doors, 2 on each side. The first door on the right opened to a bathroom, outdated but clean. The next revealed a study with more bookshelves and a desk covered in papers. The first door on the left was a small bedroom, seemingly unused. The final door, at the end of the hall, led to what was clearly the master bedroom. A large bed dominated the space, with a handmade quilt covering it. More carvings marked the headboard and window frames, the same symbols from the porch posts. There was nothing to explain the noise I'd heard. No animals had nested here. No roof was collapsing. Yet as I stood in that bedroom, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. I went to the window, which overlooked the lake and the forest beyond. The sun was setting now, casting long shadows across the water. As I gazed out, movement caught my eye at the tree line across the lake. I squinted, trying to make it out. For a moment, I thought I saw a tall, dark figure standing between 2 pines, watching the cabin. Then it was gone, like a shadow melting into deeper shadow. My heart pounded. Imagination, I told myself. Just my mind playing tricks after reading those notes downstairs. I turned away from the window and nearly shouted in surprise. On the bed, which had been empty moments before, lay a small object. I approached cautiously. It was a carved wooden figure, roughly humanoid but elongated, with disproportionately long limbs and no facial features. I was certain it hadn't been there when I'd first entered the room. Backing away, I knocked into the bedside table, sending something clattering to the floor. I bent to pick it up. A leather-bound journal. Opening it, I saw more of my grandfather's handwriting, dated entries spanning years. This wasn't part of his research wall downstairs. This was personal. I sat on the edge of the bed, the wooden figure seemingly watching me with its blank face, and began to read the first entry. October 3rd, 1978. I found them, or they found me. After years of searching, pursuing rumors and stories, I've finally seen one with my own eyes, 8 feet tall at least, covered in dark hair, moving through the forest with an ease that defies its size. Not a bear, not a man, something else entirely. The locals call them Watchers of the Woods. The indigenous people have more names for them, none translatable. They've been here long before us, and they know I'm watching back now. I flipped through more entries, my unease growing. My grandfather documented regular encounters, claiming the creatures, he never called them Bigfoot or Sasquatch, only watchers, had become increasingly interested in him. He'd left out gifts of food, which were taken. He'd recorded strange vocalizations at night. He believed he was making progress in some kind of communication. Then, near the end of the journal, the entries became disturbing. April 18th, 1982. They want something from me. The leader, the one with the scarred face, watches me from the trees for hours, never approaching, just watching. I hear them at night, circling the cabin, testing the barriers. The symbols keep them at bay, but their patience is eternal. What do they want? What am I missing? The final entry chilled me to the bone. June 2nd, 1982. I understand now. It's not me they want. They've shown me visions of the future, of bloodlines, of return. My grandson will come when the time is right. He must. The balance depends on it. I've made arrangements. Everything must appear to be abandoned, forgotten. But the watchers never forget. And they will wait. My grandfather had disappeared in June 1982, and here I was, his grandson, sitting in his abandoned cabin. The cabin he somehow knew I would inherit, decades after his disappearance. Night had fallen completely now. The darkness outside the windows was absolute. No streetlights or city glow to soften it, just impenetrable blackness. And somewhere in that darkness, something was watching, waiting for me. A long, low howl echoed across the lake. Not a wolf, not any animal I recognized. It was joined by another, then another, from different directions. They were surrounding the cabin. The watchers had been patient, and now I had arrived. Morning came with surprising normality. Sunlight streamed through the windows, birds chirped outside, and the lake sparkled innocently. I'd spent a restless night on the couch downstairs, my grandfather's journal, and the wooden figure placed on the coffee table where I could see them. The strange howls had continued for hours before falling silent around midnight. In the light of day, I felt foolish. Of course, there were normal explanations for everything. The sounds were probably coyotes or wolves. The wooden figure could have been on the bed all along, just overlooked in the shadows. And my grandfather's journal? The ramblings of a man who'd spent too much time alone in the wilderness, his isolation breeding paranoia. Still, I couldn't dismiss everything so easily. The timing of the inheritance, the meticulous research wall, the specificity of his final journal entry predicting my arrival. And those symbols carved everywhere. What purpose did they serve? I made myself breakfast using supplies I'd brought, since the kitchen cabinets contained only ancient canned goods. As I ate, I formed a plan. I would explore the property, get my bearings, and try to understand what had happened to my grandfather. If his research had any basis in reality, there would be evidence somewhere. Outside, the day was warm and clear. The cabin looked less foreboding in sunlight, though the carved symbols still gave me pause. I walked the perimeter, noting a shed behind the main structure and a small dock extending into the lake. Everything was weathered but solid, built to last. Inside the shed, I found tools, camping equipment, and a generator that surprisingly started after a few pulls. At least I'd have electricity when needed. More interestingly, I discovered a locked metal cabinet. After some searching, I found a key hidden in a coffee can on a shelf. Inside the cabinet were 3 items: an old Polaroid camera, a box of ammunition for a rifle I hadn't seen, and a leather pouch. The pouch contained what looked like primitive hunting tools: a stone knife with strange markings, something that might be a whistle carved from bone, and small pouches of dried plants and powders. These seemed oddly at odds with my grandfather's scientific approach documented in his journal. Pocketing the whistle out of curiosity, I headed toward the lake. A well-worn path led around the shore, and I decided to follow it. According to the maps I'd seen, the property extended well into the surrounding forest, encompassing a section of the lake shore and climbing partially up the nearest mountain slope. The path was easy to follow at first, but as it moved away from the lake and into denser forest, it became overgrown. Still, there were occasional markers. Stones arranged in unnatural patterns or small carvings on trees that matched those on the cabin. My grandfather had mapped his territory carefully. About a mile from the cabin, I came across a small clearing. At its center stood a structure that made me stop short. It was a crude shelter built of branches and hides, forming a dome about 7 feet high. Too primitive for a modern hunter, too sophisticated for an animal. The hairs on my neck rose as I approached. The entrance was low, requiring me to stoop. Inside, sunlight filtered through gaps in the structure, illuminating a dirt floor with a shallow pit in the center. A fire pit, long cold. Around it were arranged stones in a pattern I recognized from the cabin's carvings. The walls of the shelter were lined with more hides, and hanging from the center was a collection of objects. Feathers, small bones, stones with holes in them, and another wooden figure like the one I'd found on the bed. This was no human campsite, at least, not any modern human. As I backed out of the shelter, a cracking twig nearby made me whirl around. Nothing visible, but the forest suddenly seemed quieter. The birds had stopped singing. That sensation of being watched returned, stronger than ever. "Hello?" I called, feeling foolish but unable to help myself. "Is someone there?" Silence answered me, but it was a loaded silence, pregnant with presence. I scanned the trees, looking for movement. Any sign of what my instincts screamed was watching me. There, between two massive pines about 50 yards away, a shadow darker than it should be. As I focused on it, it shifted slightly. Not a shadow at all, but something solid, something tall. My breath caught. We stared at each other across the clearing, me and whatever stood in the trees. I couldn't make out details, just an impression of height and mass. It didn't move toward me, but it didn't retreat either. Remembering the bone whistle in my pocket, I slowly reached for it. My grandfather had kept it for a reason. My fingers trembled as I raised it to my lips and blew. The sound that emerged was unlike anything I expected, not a shrill whistle but a deep, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate the air itself. It echoed through the trees, across the clearing, and back again, multiplying and overlapping until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. The effect was immediate. The figure in the trees straightened, now clearly visible against the background. It was massive, at least 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered and covered in dark hair or fur. I couldn't make out facial features at this distance, but I could feel its focus intensify. It raised one long arm, not in threat, but in what seemed like recognition. Then it made a sound, a response to the whistle. A deep, throaty vocalization that rose and fell in a pattern, almost like speech. The hair on my arm stood on end. This wasn't random animal noise. This was communication. Before I could process what was happening, more sounds came from the forest around me, similar vocalizations from different directions. There were others, hidden among the trees surrounding the clearing. How many I couldn't tell. 3, 5, more? My legs nearly buckled with fear, but some instinct told me running would be a mistake. These creatures, these watchers, could easily outpace me through terrain they knew intimately, and they hadn't harmed me despite clearly having the opportunity. The first figure took a step forward, emerging partially from the tree line. In better light, I could see more details. A massive headset on broad shoulders, long arms that hung to mid-thigh, and dark, intelligent eyes that studied me with undeniable awareness. Its face was neither fully human nor fully animal, with a prominent brow ridge and wide nose, but expressive in a way that sent chills through me. This was no ordinary animal. There was something knowing in that gaze, something ancient and aware. It made another series of sounds, then pointed deliberately at the shelter, then at me, and finally back toward the direction of the cabin. The message seemed clear, even if I didn't understand the language. This place connects to that place. You belong to both. My mind raced. My grandfather's research, his journal entries about communication and gifts, the symbols carved everywhere as some kind of boundary marker or protection. It all suddenly made more sense. He hadn't been delusional. He'd been making contact, establishing a relationship with something science didn't acknowledge but indigenous peoples had known about for centuries. And somehow he'd known I would come, that I would continue what he'd started. The creature made another gesture, this time extending its open hand palm up, then slowly closing the fingers. A request. It wanted something from me. Instinctively, I reached for the wooden figure I'd found in the cabin, only to remember I'd left it behind. But I did have the whistle. After a moment's hesitation, I held it up, showing it to the creature. It made a sound that might have been satisfaction, then pointed to the ground between us. It wanted me to leave the whistle. This felt like a critical moment, my first real exchange. Slowly, I placed the whistle on the ground and backed away, never taking my eyes off the massive figure. It waited until I was well back before approaching with surprising grace for something so large. It moved neither slowly from caution nor quickly from eagerness, just deliberate, confident movements. Bending down, it retrieved the whistle with fingers that looked remarkably dexterous despite their size. Then it did something unexpected. From somewhere, perhaps a pouch I couldn't see among the fur, it produced an object and placed it where the whistle had been. After backing away to its original position, it made a gesture that clearly meant the item was for me. Once the creature had retreated, I cautiously approached and picked up what it had left. It was a necklace made of twisted plant fibers with a pendant of carved stone. The pendant bore markings similar to the symbols on the cabin, concentric circles with lines radiating outward like a stylized sun. Unsure of the protocol, but feeling I should acknowledge the gift, I placed the necklace around my neck, then nodded toward the creature. This seemed to satisfy it. It made another vocalization, echoed by the unseen others in the forest, then backed further into the trees until it was barely visible, present but withdrawn. The message was clear enough. Exchange completed. Interaction over for now. I backed away from the clearing, retracing my steps toward the cabin, my mind whirling with implications. Once I felt I was a safe distance away, I turned and walked quickly, fighting the urge to run. The sensation of being watched followed me all the way back to the cabin. Inside, I collapsed on the couch, adrenaline finally ebbing and leaving me shaky. I'd just encountered something impossible, something that shouldn't exist according to mainstream science. Yet the encounter had been undeniably real. I touched the stone pendant hanging from my neck, proof that I hadn't imagined it. Looking around the cabin with fresh eyes, I now understood my grandfather's research differently. He hadn't been tracking these creatures like animals. He'd been establishing communication, building some kind of relationship. The symbols weren't superstitious nonsense, but a form of boundary marking, perhaps even protection, recognized by both sides. And his final journal entry made more chilling sense. It's not me they want. My grandson will come when the time is right. Somehow he'd known I would inherit this place, that I would continue whatever he'd started. But why me? What made me special in this equation? I returned to the research wall, studying it more carefully. Among the maps and notes, I found a family tree my grandfather had constructed. It traced our lineage back unusually far, not just generations, but centuries. And it highlighted certain individuals in each generation, including both my grandfather and me, marked with the same sun-like symbol that hung around my neck now. A folded paper tucked behind the family tree contained what looked like a translation key, rough equivalents between English words and series of symbols. My grandfather had been decoding their communication system. One phrase was circled repeatedly: Blood Keeper. As night fell again, I sat on the porch, watching the tree line across the lake. Occasionally I caught glimpses of movement, tall figures moving between trees, never hiding completely but never exposing themselves fully either. They were patrolling, watching, waiting. The pendant felt warm against my skin, almost alive. What had my grandfather involved me in? What covenant or arrangement had he made that now passed to me? As darkness deepened, the howls began again. But they seemed different tonight. Less challenging, more like announcements. They were acknowledging my presence, perhaps even my acceptance of their gift. I fingered the pendant nervously, wondering what it signified to them. Was it merely a token, or did it mark me in some way? Just before midnight, as the nearly full moon rose over the mountains, illuminating the lake with silver light, I saw them emerge from the forest across the water. 7 tall figures standing in a row at the shoreline, clearly visible in the moonlight. They made no move to approach the cabin, no threatening gestures. They simply stood watching, a delegation making its presence known. In that moment, I understood why my grandfather called them watchers. They had been observing us for centuries, perhaps millennia, from the shadows of forests, from mountain ridges, from the corners of our perception. Rarely engaging, mostly avoiding, but always aware. And occasionally, for reasons I still didn't understand, they chose certain humans for contact. My grandfather had been one such human. Now, apparently, so was I. The largest figure, the one I'd encountered in the clearing, raised its arm in what might have been a greeting or a signal. The others responded by raising their arms as well. Then, almost in unison, they placed their right hands over their hearts and bowed their heads slightly. Without thinking, I found myself returning the gesture. It felt ancient and correct somehow, like remembering something long forgotten. When I looked up again, they were gone, melted back into the forest as silently as they'd appeared. But I knew they were still out there watching. Always watching. I returned inside, picked up my grandfather's journal, and opened to a blank page. Taking a deep breath, I began to write. May 2nd, 2025. First contact established. The Watchers have acknowledged me as Bloodkeeper, though I don't yet understand what this means. I've accepted their token and returned their gesture. Whatever covenant my grandfather made continues through me now. I don't know if I should be terrified or honored. Perhaps both. I closed the journal and placed it on the mantel. Tomorrow I would explore more of the property, perhaps find more of those strange shelters. I would study my grandfather's notes more carefully, try to understand the responsibility I'd inherited along with this land. For better or worse, I was now part of something ancient, something secret, something that existed in the shadows between what we know and what we fear. The Watchers had waited patiently for my return, and now their wait was over. In the distance, one final howl echoed across Echo Lake. Not a challenge or a warning, but a recognition. They knew I wasn't leaving. And in truth, despite the fear and uncertainty, I knew it too. This remote wilderness, this cabin, these mysterious beings, they were part of my heritage, my legacy, my responsibility. And somewhere deep in the forest, my grandfather had known this day would come.